Good morning, everybody. We are gonna jump right in here. I'm using the teddy bear, the rocket, dancing Arnie, spider fang, and the bus relic. So we're going into tier 3 curse survival. Let's see, which one should we do? They're all weapon charms, so it's not that exciting, but we'll do it anyway. Let's do, I can't even see that one. Okay, let's do Mars. Oh, looks good. So we got to get to round 75. And it's the 200th episode. This is it. Making it official. Get this light. And let me turn on some music. I just lost my... Hold on one second. Let's back out of that. Just lost my computer feed. Just a second. That would not be good. Hold on one second, please. Okay, we're back. I'm not sure what that was, but lost the feed for half a second there. Let me make sure the music's on for you guys. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, now we're good. Yeah, Mars, definitely my favorite of the survival maps, not even close. But yeah, today we're going to go into the 10 most terrifying unsolved mysteries in history. Just a collection of 10. So if you look things up, if you look this topic up, you're going to get a lot of very similar lists. And my list has got some of those entries, but I don't think a lot of them are really that scary. And then on top of that, there are a lot of them that are about people that went missing. And I don't want to get into all that. There's one entry on my list about individuals. One entry, and that's it. The rest are I've either curated myself or I find pretty compelling and worthy of the terrifying title. So yeah, there's no reason to really extend this any further. And yeah, we'll be counting down from number 10 all the way to the most terrifying. And hopefully you'll agree that these entries are terrifying. Before I get there, though, let me get Deadshot so I don't have to focus so much on my aim. Did go see Backrooms last night with my 3 kids. They insisted, especially my daughter. My boys, I didn't mind. I was going to bring them anyway. But yeah, my 9-year-old insisted. She had to see it. She was scared, but she wasn't the most scared of my 3 kids. So if you watch the episode that went over the my countdown of the top 50 scariest movies, you'll remember that I told you about my son, my youngest son, and how he was like my horror movie buddy and just loved them, right? And then all of a sudden, he doesn't like them anymore. And why is that? Well, he wanted to watch Evil Dead Rise, and that movie just changed his opinion. And now he's not a big scary movie guy anymore. And that extended to last night's movie. We were watching Backrooms, and he loved it, but he was scared. He was definitely scared. It was scary. It's a scary movie. I mean, I wasn't scared. I'm not trying to be tough. I promise you. If it scared me, I would be so thrilled. I would love it. But my pulse, if you took my pulse rate, it did not skip a beat. I mean, I just can't get it out of my head that it's all fake anymore, you know, and I wish I could. It's just, and then I'm again, not trying to be tough about it. It's like I feel like it's a curse, because I love watching other people get scared. It's so much fun. It looks like, you know it's a lot of fun. But yeah, it was good. It was really good. Okay. Is it better than Obsession? No. Why though? It was really good, right? And I mean, like, I love it. Horror is alive and well and thriving. I love seeing horror at the top of the charts, the box office charts. But the acting, far superior in Obsession. Far superior. I think Indy Navarrete should be up for an Oscar. I'm not even kidding. To play that role and to do so the way she did. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about it, because a lot of people haven't seen that movie. She's just so good. She's a superstar. I'm just telling you right now, this girl is gonna be, she's going places, okay? Oh yeah, that's right, I can't just pick up Deadshot. That's okay. We'll just get into it. I'll just do my best with what I got. This is gonna be a hard one though. Actually, I'm gonna have to finish this first, because I'm gonna have to try to get headshots from the hip. So this gun isn't doing as much damage anymore. And I didn't buy anything from the mystery box. Actually, let's go ahead and oh, I can't. I don't have my decoy. Duh. How long do I have? Nah, I don't have time to mess around. Jeez. I don't want to lose the first one. That was cruel going with that for the first one. I'm definitely not getting it. I'm not even getting past rare. Okay. So anyway. So each mystery, as always, is gonna get its full uninterrupted deep dive treatment. And I mean it when I say deep dive, because we're gonna go all in on each one. Give you as much detail as I can give. Should have done this first thing. Yeah, I'm out of ammo. Oh, it's knife time. Oh, and I also figured out what I've been doing wrong with the Kagan skin in Blackout. I'm such an idiot. I am such an idiot. I finally found a video. I was just like, you know, I'm gonna solve this. Like, what am I doing wrong? And I figured it out. You know what I've been doing? All you have to do is, after you get your bounty kill, you just click, you just hit interact on the bounty, and it starts the next to get 3 kills. I cannot believe I've been messing that up. I am such an idiot. But, you know, then again, it's just so foreign to Warzone. I mean, when do you interact with the dead person, you know? So I can forgive myself a little bit, but wow, I wasted a lot of time on that one. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get a different gun. It's a good gun, I just gotta pack-a-punch it. So yeah, we gotta get to round 75. Oh, that's okay. Gotta get to round 75, so this one's gonna take a while. But yeah, and when I was going over the different topics that I could cover, you know, a lot of them, like I said, are about missing people or about unsolved deaths. And so like I said, only one thing related to any of that on my list. I don't want to, you know, I mean, let's be real here. 250,000 people go missing in the United States alone. You know, some are found, but also some are never seen again, and others are found dead. So, I mean, what really separates one person from another? Just a compelling mystery? I mean, it's not really the most terrifying, because it's just, I mean, we're all gonna die, you know, and I'm not discounting anyone's tragedy, but I don't want to, I don't want to just go over a bunch of homicide cases. So that's not what we're gonna do. Like I said, one entry. Just wanted to get that out of the way. Whatever it is, get off it. You hate it. But they're so slow in this atmosphere. And speaking of Mars atmosphere, I nearly included this one about the theory that Mars was nuked, which until I see otherwise, I'm going to continue to consider that as a very possible result based off of the evidence. Which, you know, as you know about me, I'm very open-minded to the evidence. If it tells me that something is something, I'm gonna believe it. No, I'm going to consider it, I should say, until it's more than a theory. So I don't even want to waste some more time here. Let's go ahead and get started. The first one, yes, I'm not going to go over individual situations that resulted in death, but the number 10 on the list is about deaths. And that is, and I'm going to butcher this name, Lake Ruppkund, or Skeleton Lake. So, high in the Indian Himalayas, at an altitude of over 5,000 meters or 16,500 feet, if you want to convert, which, of course, I'm putting together the Patreon, my Patreon, which will go deeper into weapon statistics than you'll find anywhere on the web. Then it's one of the things that you can do with the meters that you find all over Call of Duty is convert them, and you get 3.3 feet for every meter. So that's something that you can consider. And so 16,500 feet, the air is so thin that every breath, I mean, it's the death zone. It feels like knives in your lungs while standing. I can do that. Let's get a couple if I can get more than one. Okay, not yet. That's alright. You know about the death zone. It's pretty famous by now. I'll take that. Excuse me. Don't you dare. That dancing Arnie. You gotta keep that in mind, because not getting the perk you want can be a little challenging sometimes. Like here, I would already be done with this. Wow. Thank you for death perception. Won't take as much damage when I get hit in the back. So Lake Ruppkund, they're at this altitude of 16,500 feet, sits a tiny glacial lake, barely 40 meters across. So, yeah, I mean, you can do the calculation. Let's see what we got. Take it. Oh, there we go. Now we're good. Okay. Barely 40 meters across. It's a lake that locals have feared and whispered about for centuries. So keep that in mind, because this is a mystery. This is not an answer. When the snow and ice finally melts each summer, the crystal clear water reveals hundreds upon hundreds of human skeletons scattered across the bottom and along the shores. And, you know, first thought, you're thinking most likely that, you know, this is just where they buried their dead. You know, just a local tribe or some type of, yeah. But let's look a little deeper, because some of these bodies are still wearing 9th century jewelry and tattered clothing. Others from the 19th century. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, it's their tribe. You know, they just keep putting bodies in there, right? No. They don't go anywhere near this lake. This lake, they're terrified. All of the local populations. No. They don't go near this lake. And let me go a little further here. So over 800 individual sets of bones have been counted so far, right? And the site was first brought to outside attention in 1942 by a British forest official who stumbled upon what he initially believed was a battlefield from some forgotten war. But there was no record of any battle, no weapons, no armor. You gotta remember the setting here. We're talking about an area atop the Himalayas at 16,500 feet. I mean, pulmonary edema is possible up here, okay? This is not a pilgrimage to bury somebody. Of course, we're not sitting about... It's not the death zone, actually. I think the death zone is at like 28,000 feet, so not quite there. But, again, another thing, this isn't quite, just a casual stroll, right? So forensic examinations in 2004 revealed the most disturbing aspect. Many of the skulls showed clear signs of blunt force trauma consistent with being with the individuals meeting their demise by being struck with giant hailstones the size of baseballs. And the leading early theory was that a group of pilgrims had been caught in a freak Himalayan hailstorm and around 800 AD and simply perished on the spot, which really that's not gonna do it for me, right? Not when we discover the real the surrounding narrative, I mean the surrounding details on what we're actually looking at. And that was in 2019 when they did DNA testing, and it just shattered all of that. 38 powdered bone samples were sent to 16 laboratories worldwide for full genomic and biomolecular analysis. The results published in Nature Communications were shocking, to say the least. These remains belong to 3 genetically distinct populations deposited across multiple deadly events spanning more than 1,000 years. So, what the heck are we looking at? One group of 23 individuals showed typical South Asian ancestry and had died in separate incidents between the 7th and 10th centuries. So not only were they genetically different, but we're talking a large separation in... I can't believe I haven't got a Mr. Peaks yet. This is strange. Anyway, I think I'm gonna pack a punch. A second group of 14 individuals had ancestry matching people from the Eastern Mediterranean, specifically the island of Crete and mainly Greece, and it had perished in a single event around the 1800s. Now let's also remember who these aren't people that just have these frequent battles and they're just throwing their enemies into this lake. This is insane. So radiocarbon dating from Penn State Oh, and then before I get there, and there was even one lone individual with Southeast Asian ancestry that that dated from the 19th century. So radiocarbon dating from Penn State confirmed the timeline, and stable isotope dietary analysis perfectly matched the genetic results. The questions multiply and become nightmarish here. They really do. I mean, like, why would Mediterranean traders or pilgrims, people with no historical record of ever traveling this far into the remote Himalayas, repeatedly end up dying in this exact frozen speck of a lake? It makes no sense. And that's the thing, is the people, the surrounding, the people in the surrounding area, they will not go here. They're terrified of this location. What keeps pulling completely unrelated groups of people here across centuries to meet the same mysterious end? There are no written records, no survivor accounts, nothing. Well, obviously no survivor accounts, since they're all, I mean, yeah, you guys gotta go. You're no fun. Just bones stacked like firewood, preserved by the ice. I mean, and of course the theories have poured in. You can't blame anyone for trying. Ritual human sacrifice at a sacred but cursed site, devastating epidemic that struck travelers, an avalanche disguised as the legendary hailstorm, as a legendary hailstorm, or even something as outlandish as ancient biological weapon experiment gone wrong. None of these really do it for me. Modern science still has no answer. Satisfying answer? No, not even close. It's a tough one. I gotta take it though. The mystery of Lake Bukun, or Skeleton Lake, only grows deeper with every new discovery or every new study that's conducted. I mean, this is just, and really we don't hear much about it. I have seen it on a few short clips. Secrets in the Ice, actually the only one I've ever seen. That's it. I don't think people cover it because we don't know what the heck we're looking at here. It's as confusing as it was the first day it was discovered. There's no answer. I don't have anything to help you here, and I'll be honest that's going to be a common theme coming across these mysteries, because it is just mind-boggling, and we're only going to go deeper into the rabbit hole here. So, number 9, the Cuban underwater city. Okay, I'm telling you, this is insane. 2001, a Canadian exploration company scanning for shipwrecks off the western coast of Cuba near, there's no way, near the Guanahacabibes Peninsula, Guanahacabibes Peninsula. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. picked up something that should not exist at depths between 600 to 750 meters or 2,000 feet below the ocean. Their sonar and underwater video revealed massive... What the heck? Why do I keep getting stuck in these weird corners? It's so stupid. I can't even imagine what's going to happen. Round 70 plus. Yeah, this map needs a little... It needs a little work. I don't think this area has been touched up very well. Because I had gravity on my side too, and I was still stuck. Anyway, and so their sonar revealed what appeared to be pyramids, perfectly straight roads, collapsed buildings, structures spanning miles across the seafloor. I didn't put an image of this. It would have confused people if I did as my thumbnail. Because this is not reported. This is not a commonly discussed topic, okay? But some of the stone blocks were the size of entire city blocks, aligned with an almost impossible precision that it suggests deliberate urban planning rather than random geology, okay? Go look for yourself. This is not the work of nature. 100%, okay? Carbon dating of organic samples taken from nearby sediment hinted at structures potentially 6,000 years old or older, predating the Egyptian pyramids by millennia, challenging everything we thought we knew about the origin. Where did my egg go? Oh, there it is. Ooh, nice. Wow. That's a beauty. I had to go with that. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get you guys out of my way. What? That was just... Ooh, yeah. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Had I saw that first, I would have put that on the wonder weapon, but we'll get there. That was pretty awesome. Whoa, look at all my money. I had to. I could have put on, I could have got armor, but that's going to be where the next amount of money goes. And you know what? I'm going to get another Mr. Peaks. That's the first gold I've gotten in a while. Or legendary. The discovery was immediately dubbed the Cuban Atlantis by the press, which I don't know if I like that, because I feel like when you start throwing out Atlantis, people start saying like, okay, crazy, you know. And yeah, I'm leaving that ray gun on the ground, by the way. I know, it's crazy. But that's the kind of drops I just got. What would be so cool is if I got the Jotun star, but you know, they don't do that. You know, I'm not... How does this attack? I can't remember when we had the leaderboard event. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. clearly it does the trick. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the Cuban Atlantis. You just start saying, when you just mention Atlantis, people just, they think it's just a fable, and, you know, they just brush it off. I don't think that's necessary, because this is clearly real. So let's not introduce the crazy, or the unlikely. I'm not saying Atlantis doesn't exist, but a lot of people don't think it ever did, and that it was just a tale. And I mean, we have no evidence that it actually existed other than one person telling us a story. See, look at that. That's crazy. And it's epic. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There's the. Oh my gosh. Get all that salvage. I love how it does that. Disappear. I can't stand it when they do that. Throw something down and then it doesn't register. Take another one. And another. And I have to get to Ultra Rarity and Pack-a-Punch 4, so I'm glad I'm getting a lot of this early stuff for free. So there's wild speculation about a lost pre-Ice Age civilization swallowed by rising seas after some type of cataclysmic event. Mainstream geologists push back hard, insisting these were simply natural underwater rock formations. Not even joking here. Go look this up for yourself. Look up images of this place. Tell me that that is natural. Like I said, well, two things. One, I don't just pull stuff out of my butt and say, okay, this is real. No. This, I mentioned urban planning. Urban planning. This is, you cannot tell me that this is natural. There are some things where I think that scientists are just being lazy and that they don't want to deal with it. You know, we see a lot of that when it comes to Egypt. Man, I swear we need some fresh blood in taking control in Egypt, because these guys, man, if it's not a mummy or a sarcophagus, they're not interested. Any expert that won't listen to theories is just insane. They're insane. The greatest discoveries in history were not actual discoveries by the experts. They were. It was from their team that had fresh ideas and a fresh look at what it's just. I'm sorry, but this is not a natural formation. If it is, then we're going to start having pyramids grow out of the ground with housing next to. Oh shoot! I forgot to do this thing. I don't think I can get it. I've been trying to kill Oscar. It's not a big deal. I got rare out of it. That'll work. You get plenty of these. Can I get this stuff? What that? Why is there such a delay collecting your loot? That's dumb. Anyway, Oscar, you need to die. Or, did I say? Yeah, Oscar. That's right. Take it. My goodness. Alright. Maybe in a latter round? Okay, yeah, it's time to get this thing out. Or Klaus, not Oscar. I don't know why I was saying Oscar. I just was a momentary lapse of sanity there. Just doing 5 things at once and okay, did I get him? I think I did. Alright, we're good now. So, let's be serious here. Natural geology has never before produced such consistent right angles, symmetrical patterns, and large-scale organized geometry across miles. Okay, the scale and the depth made absolute coincidence seem statistically improbable. This is not natural. Okay, I'm not gonna freak out like this over something that, yeah, it could be. I guess in some crazy world, no. No. You know, I'm not calling somebody a cheater just because of like 1 kill or something. This is like you've seen the footage and it's hours long, okay? Exploration efforts, though, were abruptly shut down by Cuban. It doesn't surprise me. The authorities in Cuba are as corrupt as it gets, and as we know, the former leader is, I mean, he's wanted for murder by the United States. And, I mean, the guy is not the guy. The government there is not something that we can trust. Okay, even the Cuban people can't trust their government. The Cuban people want their government to be replaced. So that just says a lot. So, but they shut down every effort to explore the area after this 2001 research. And it was as soon as they got wind of it, they shut it down. No full peer-reviewed archaeological excavation has ever been permitted since. Which is, I mean, it's a crime against humanity, not Cuba. This is absurd. Absurd. Imagine you discovered whatever country you live in. Imagine that a site on par with the Egyptian pyramids was discovered, and then the government said, no, we're not going to look at it. Sorry. It's all just nature made that. There's nothing to see here. What does that scream to you? That screams just a bit of corruption, as if they're going to look into ways to make money off of this. and keep it all to themselves, like private archaeological collections type things. They're going to look for what's down there. And I promise you, they have sent missions to look for wealth in these ruins. And if they find it, they're going to melt it down. They're going to sell it. And it's going to fall into the wrong hands, that wealth as well. So decades later, in 2025 and into 2026, the site remains untouched and unstudied by the international scientific community. It's possible physical proof of an advanced culture that thrived long before recorded history in a location that recorded history? Like, what? The Americas? It proves without a shadow of a doubt that we know nothing about our past. Just a small little morsel about our past. And as I get further into this list, you'll understand why I'm saying that. And it makes no sense, though, that this area is covered by 2,000 feet of water. This is insane. Truly insane. Some type of forgotten global catastrophe fell upon these people. Or it is the single largest and most elaborate geological coincidence ever documented. Okay, which one do you think? You know, I watch these crime shows, and you got these guys, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You know, I mean, so we can call it the craziest coincidence and the most absurd anomaly in nature. Good morning. Thank you for the coffee.
Your TVs are flashing. So.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I'll get everything pulled up here. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about this. It's just, it's ridiculous. There are these countries out there that the governments, they just treat everybody like they're idiots, as if it makes us idiots or something. Like, okay, you're the idiot for even thinking that we believe a word you say, but you know, maybe they don't even care. And that's the most likely answer to all of this. They paid some crooked geologist to make these claims and to try to pull attention away. It is what it is. Alright, Klaus. I can get him killed. I will. This other. Oh, here we go. Get this TED task going. You're dead, Klaus. You're not dead. There we go. And I mean, seriously, the silence of the officials and the inaccessibility of the site just makes the mystery more suffocating and ridiculous. So the city remains locked beneath the waves, just waiting for researchers to take another look. And that's what we have. I hate to say it, but that's what we have. It doesn't answer anything. Just, I guess that Cuba really needs a better government. I'm sorry, but nothing personal about Cuba. Only about the government there. Just ridiculous. Corruption. Pretty common across a lot of Central American nations, unfortunately. There's one more and the perks are locked. Okay. I got another one. Or did it just disappear? I hate that. It drives me crazy. I just think drops should stay much longer than they do. It's ridiculous that they disappear. It's like, I didn't want that Casimir. Are you crazy? And I know they have the ability to make them sit longer, because look at Paradox Junction, where those drops will sit there for the entire game. Like, I mean, I don't want stuff all over the ground, literally tripping over it, but a little bit longer would be nice. Yeah, I'm leaving that egg there. Kind did we get? Okay. Bronze. Wow, wow. So, number 8. The Phoenix Lights. I think we have to have an entry that covers one of the UAP sightings. And this one, though, I think stands out above all the others. You can go eat that. Wait, where'd my Casimirs go? Oh, there they are. And what's so crazy about this one is that it seemed to be taunting the people of Phoenix, Arizona. And it's terrified the entire city. I mean, I can't even imagine, okay? So, on a clear night of March 13th, 1997, more than 10,000 people across the state of Arizona became eyewitnesses to one of the most documented, most anomalous sightings in modern history. Okay, we all have seen, well, you should have seen the UAP footage released by the United States government. It's just mind-boggling what these things could be. But and we give a lot more weight to these types of releases because the United States military, they didn't want to release this footage. They were forced by Congress. It took an act of Congress to get them to tell the truth, right? But here's the thing. When 10,000 people see the same thing, I'm going to believe them. 10,000 people. So you think 10,000 people got together and created the most elaborate hoax in history? No, I'm sorry. You're not going to find a hive mind of thought like that. Let me grab some coffee. A silent, mile-wide V-shaped craft with 5 glowing orbs glided slowly and deliberately overhead, moving as a single solid mass, a mile wide. You know, there is footage of these V-shaped craft that one was just recently released. Or wait, I thought I blew off his shields. Dang it. You're dead, Klaus. You annoy me. Alright, but I guess I better get his shield first. There we go. The object was so enormous, it blocked out entire sections of the starry sky as it passed. I promise you that the government has investigated this. I promise you. Of course, any discoveries will not be shared. I mean, we're talking about Cuba being just ridiculous about something. Well, the United States isn't much better when it comes to what they think will cause mass panic. What do you think people are gonna do, bro? You think people are gonna start clawing their eyes out? I mean, I don't know. It's another government that is shutting down the truth. In this case, because they think they know what's best. Okay. I'm offended by that because I don't think people are gonna do what you think they're gonna do. They rarely do, honestly. So Governor Fife Symington himself later publicly admitted he had seen the craft with his own eyes and he was absolutely certain it was not flares or any conventional aircraft. Now, this is, of course, after he made fun of everyone for making a big deal about it. Which, how did this guy get voted into office in the first place if he's making fun of the people that voted him in? I don't get it. I really don't. Hopefully he wasn't reelected. The U.S. military eventually offered an explanation. Of course they did. Years after the event, it was a combination of A-10 Thunderbolt jets from Operation Snowbird flying in formation and parachute illumination flares dropped during a training exercise. But how about we just look at the timeline here, okay? Because it doesn't add up. The most dramatic sightings, including the giant V formation, reported by hundreds of civilians, occurred between 8 and 9 p.m., while the military claimed the flares were not dropped until after 10 p.m. Why didn't you get this right if they're going to come out with this story? Eyewitnesses consistently describe zero sound, no blinking navigation lights, and a craft that hovered and moved with purpose, a mile wide. People could see this thing so clearly. They said if they could throw like a tennis ball, a baseball at it and hit it. I mean, it was that clear to their eyes. Yeah, and the stuff that they saw, the lights and the craft that they saw moved with purpose, not falling flares. It's like it was a weather balloon, right? Which I'm not getting into Roswell. I doubt Roswell's been Roswell to death, and I get a headache just listening to these fanatics. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm just saying I just don't care anymore. You know, the story has been told in about every different possible direction, using every different possible explanation, that I'm not even going to look into that jazz. It's just too much. Too much. You get exhausted. It's like going to see a movie with 3 of your kids. You get exhausted. It wears you out, honestly. So professional pilots and airline captains who saw it that night swore under oath that what they witnessed could not be explained by any known technology. One commercial pilot said the lights were pointed straight down and moved far too slowly and silently to be an aircraft. Another witness described the object as a solid craft that momentarily stopped, turned bright red, and shot straight upwards before vanishing. Oh, that's crazy. Well, we see it all the time on the footage. There was the one released very recently showing a craft that remained completely still, almost like it was staring at the military, who had it on their radar. And then you saw this very extremely thin line right above it, right below it, and then it went so fast that you couldn't even see it. You couldn't even see it move, and it just disappeared into the sky. I mean, I can't even imagine the speed the thing traveled. These are, it's not, you're not going to pull out the cops aren't going to pull out their speedometers and measure this thing. It was, by our measures, it broke the laws of physics. Something completely unexplained was propelling this ship, and so this doesn't surprise me one bit. If there are one, it's like cockroaches. There are many, many more. Even after the official story was released, thousands of Arizonians still maintain they saw something not of this earth. The Phoenix Lights remain the largest and most witnessed unexplained aerial event in United States history, and the government's explanation continues to leave more questions than it's completely ridiculous. They're not, I don't really, I'll give them this. They're not just trying to, they could have just made up a bunch of lies to cover every facet of I think they're just getting sick of hearing about it. So, and from that perspective, I don't blame them, because it does get exhausting. The passion and the fervor that you see from a lot of people, they won't stop. They are constantly barraged by these same questions, and they just don't want to hear it anymore. Like, okay, I don't know what it is. What do you want me to do about it? You know, so I totally get it. Totally get it. I really do. This stuff will make you say whatever to get people to shut up. I get that. I think if we went out, that's why we need Congress to talk, because they're a collection of individuals who are just trying to get the truth. I mean, that's what I'm hoping. You know, like, I don't know about the individual congressman, but that's why it's so good that we have a lot of them, because you're going to find the good ones out of the bunch that are after the truth and that are just trying to figure it out themselves. So, and that's what we have. I really don't want to pack a punch this, but I'm getting to the point where I may have to. I think I'm going to have to, just to get this done. This was not moving the needle. Sorry, I gotta get this, or I gotta hurry, or I'm not gonna get this. I hate how there's always one right behind you. That is so stupid. I'm not getting this. Oh well. Honestly, should have put the PAP 3 on this. Okay, and here is the one on the list that I previously mentioned. And this one has two parts, because so you really get 11. That's not actually 10. This one is two separate parts, and I just mashed them into one. So 2 entries into one. If you didn't hear me, 2 entries into one. No. Just like, how many times am I going to say it? The first part is, I just can't use them. They keep on replenishing themselves. No, it's that augment where it, see, that is so stupid. Oh, shoot, didn't mean to do that. Look at that, I'm still at 3. Over here getting mad about it. Oh, I got enough for golden armor. Sweet. And it's the one case of an individual that not only died tragically, but that died in a way that defies logic. And that was the death of Michelle von Imster. part A of number 7. So on the night of April 14th, 1994, in San Diego, California, which is crazy. I mean, what if it was you? You know, like you die, and then it becomes the craziest death that, I mean, honestly, that I don't even know what to say about it. It's so crazy. But in San Diego, California, this beautiful 25-year-old Michelle Von Imster went out for what should have been an ordinary evening. I'll get to it. The next morning, 2 surfers discovered her naked body floating in the kelp beds just offshore from Sunset Cliffs. Her right leg had been severed cleanly at mid-thigh. She had a broken neck, multiple broken ribs, a shattered pelvis, various scrapes and contusions across her face and torso. Most disturbingly, large quantities of sand were packed deep inside her mouth, throat, and stomach. Meaning she had been alive and breathing when those injuries occurred. I don't have to say anything else. Make sense of that. The official ruling was a probable great white shark attack. So, I mean, this just has all the makings of like the beginning of Jaws, you know, but the sand part, is insane. Truly insane. Like, doesn't make any sense. But marine biologists and shark experts who reviewed the autopsy immediately pushed back on this theory. For one, her severed leg, the bone, the femur, where it was severed, was shaved down to a point. What? That's not a shark bite. A point. As if something had like a circular type something ground it off. The bite was also described as unnaturally clean, with no characteristic tearing or serrated edges of the flesh that is typical of a great white shark. Let me kill Klaus before he starts. Yep, there he goes. There was almost no blood in the surrounding water where they found her body. And the body had not been submerged for very long. Okay. Where did he come from? Now, why didn't I put that Peck-a-Punch crystal on my knife? That was, I forgot to do that. Completely. Oh well. Oh yeah. So great whites do not typically leave a victim so neatly mutilated on a public beach, especially what this great white or this supposed great white put her through. And it would seem that this was not an exploratory bite, anything of that nature, so it was clearly attacking for food, yet it only took her leg. Usually you find nothing. You think I'm kidding? No. Go look go there. You'd be shocked out of your mind if you actually read about the number of people that completely vanished, or like only a small body part was found, that were attacked by great whites. They're completely devoured. Yeah, you don't want to run into one of these in the wild. Well, you don't want to run into one of these anywhere. I don't care where you are. So alternative theories have, obviously swirled for decades because it doesn't make any sense. So maybe a brutal murder staged to look like a shark attack? No, I don't think so. A horrific boating accident involving a propeller, not whittling the bone down to a point. And something far darker that investigators have never been able to prove. We don't know. The case files remain officially open more than 30 years later, and the truth about what really happened to Michelle von Emster that night is still lost somewhere in the dark Pacific waters. Truly terrifying. Like, how did her stomach get filled with sand? That itself just blows my mind. Okay, part B. So we all know about Jack the Ripper. But as far as, so what there's what's his name? The serial killer who killed people inside the hotel, there are questions about if he was the most prolific serial killer of all time. There was somebody did a more updated he did a more modern, he took a fresh take at all the information. Hold on, let me get his name real quick. So I need to stop saying him. And honestly, he doesn't even show up on the list anymore, the most prolific. So right now, the most prolific in U.S. history is Samuel Little, who confessed to murdering 93 people. And they verified a large number of his confessions before his death. Clicked on the wrong thing here. Crazy one is Pedro Lopez, who killed proven victims, 110, possible 300 plus child murderer and rapist known as the Monster of the Andes. So he was convicted and served 14 years. Then they released him due to good behavior. And then he was sent to a mental institution in some other country, but he was only there for a year. I think it was Cuba. And then they released him, or maybe it was Colombia, and they released him and said he was cured. But here's the scariest part. Nobody knows where he is right now. He's still out there. He was released in the late 1990s. But, I mean, that one just blows my mind. Honestly. I can't believe they let him go. Okay, where is this guy's name? I'm going to find it. H.H. Holmes. But a more recent study was done, and they've debunked these 1890s newspaper claims that he did commit insurance fraud and multiple murders. He confessed to 27. And his massive death toll that he claimed is considered a myth now. So H.H. Holmes is not Jack the Ripper, by the way. And what is so interesting about Jack the Ripper is that he wasn't even close to the most prolific serial killer in history. What he was, though, he was a showman who his stage was the people he murdered. And we happen to have someone just like that here in America. Well, had. Because this was a while back. And the case is known as the Cleveland Torso Murders. It was an entire region that went through a reign of terror, and it was gripped for 4 straight years in the depths of the Great Depression. Okay, which, just to give a little idea that people are, I'm sure at first were annoyed by that this guy could be doing this, while people are going through these, the hardest period of their lives. So between 1934 and 1938 in Cleveland, Ohio, I mean, next to, obviously, what is wrong with this guy? But in Cleveland, Ohio, a shadowy figure known as the Cleveland Torso Murderer, or the Mad Butcher, or the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, preyed on the city's most vulnerable residents in one of the most gruesome serial killing sprees in United States history. So at least 12 victims, possibly as many as 20, according to some investigators, were found brutally dismembered, heads and limbs expertly severed with surgical precision, torsos and body parts dumped in the industrial wasteland of Kingsbury Run, a desolate shantytown of hobo camps, railroad tracks, and poverty along the polluted Cuyahoga River. It began in September 1934 when a woman's torso washed up on the Lake Erie shore east of Bracknell. Then in September 1935, 2 decapitated and castrated male bodies were discovered on a hillside in Kingsbury Run by teenagers playing softball. One was later identified as 29-year-old Edward Andrassy, a former hospital orderly. Florence Polillo, a local woman whose remains were found in baskets nearby in January 1936, became another rare identified victim. Over the next 3 years, 9 more bodies, mostly identified transients, vagrants, and working poor, turned up in similar states. Clean, professional cuts through bone and tissue that suggested the killer possessed detailed anatomical knowledge, just so reminiscent of Jack the Ripper. Perhaps a butcher or a surgeon or even a medical professional. Well, yeah, that's what a surgeon is. Some victims showed signs of being drugged or preserved before dismemberment. One decapitated head was placed almost tauntingly in plain view. Well, many of them were posed in these in locations where the killer knew they would be found. So, famed lawman Elliot Ness, the Untouchables leader, who had helped bring down Al Capone, was serving as Cleveland's public safety director and threw himself personally into the biggest investigation in the city's history. Oh shoot, I dropped my Casimir's. Look how much salvage I have. Oh my gosh. I don't think that's going to be a huge problem. But yeah, I'm going to go buy a Casimir. Or 2. He questioned more than 9,000 suspects, conducted dramatic raids in on the shanty towns, and of course none of them helped me out there. But and in a final desperate act, hold on one second. Oh, nice. I don't know where I'm putting that. I'm going to put it on my other thing. And in a final desperate act, ordered the entire Kingsbury Run area to be burned to the ground in 1938, hoping to flush out or destroy the killer's hunting grounds, which that makes no sense to me. I mean, like, what are you thinking? I mean, I get it. It's a common location, but that's not going to stop a killer from killing. It's not like you're putting him in prison. I mean, you're just taking away a little area. Plus, the people they're looking for a place to stay. I don't get it. The murders abruptly stopped after the fires, though. But it worked. I don't get it. I would never have thought that would do it, but it did. The murders abruptly stopped, but he was never caught. There was a prime suspect, a Dr. Francis Sweeney, a mentally unstable surgeon with surgical skills and a personal grudge against Ness. Was interrogated harshly by, I'm sure he was, Ness himself, but was ultimately committed to a mental institution rather than charged with the murders. No physical evidence ever linked anyone conclusively. Theories have multiplied over the decades. A deranged doctor using victims for twisted experiments, organized crime ties using the killings to eliminate rivals or send messages, a copycat inspired by earlier unsolved murders, Jack the Ripper, or even a killer who simply vanished into the anomaly of the Depression era underclass. The precision of the dismemberments, the targeting of society's forgotten souls, which is so common by these serial killers, and the eerie way some bodies seem deliberately staged to mock the police, including near Ness's own office window, paint a portrait of pure calculated evil that is pretty haunting and really highlights what the city was dealing with as an early, at the time, serial killer wasn't even a term that had been used. That didn't come about until the 80s, after the string of serial killers popped up in the 70s. And as recently as 2024 and 2025, the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner partnered with the DNA Doe Project to exhume unidentified victims and apply modern genetic genealogy in hopes of finally naming them and maybe cracking the case. Yet as of 2026, the Mad Butcher remains unidentified, one of America's most infamous and chilling unsolved serial killer mysteries. And you can look at, there we go. Bronze egg. Keep running out of ammo with that. Whoa, number 2. Out of ammo again, jeez. Scusi.
I will ensure you do not live to see another dawn. You must die.
These guys are not not taking damage very quickly. What the heck?
You cannot hide from either claws.
There we go. I had to go ultra on them. Forget about my egg over here. Oh, it disappeared. That's such bull. I won't do that again. Love that. Backs up so it'll kill zombies instead of him. Man, that sucks. It makes me so mad. Whatever. You never have too much salvage. Okay, number 6. The Philadelphia experiment. Yeah, this one's a little more fantastical. At the same time, oops. At the same time, well, just let me go over it. So, October 1943, at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard in Pennsylvania, the U.S. Navy is alleged to have conducted one of the most secretive and dangerous experiments in military history, based directly on Albert Einstein's unified field theory. The official goal was to render the destroyer escort USS Eldridge completely invisible to enemy radar, and even to the naked eye, by creating a powerful electromagnetic field around the ship that would bend light and radar waves. According to the story, massive generators were hooked up to the hull, and as they spun up to full power, a strange green-blue glow enveloped the entire vessel. Then, in a blinding flash of light and a deafening hum that witnesses described as making their teeth vibrate, the Eldridge simply vanished from sight, not just from radar, but from the harbor itself for several minutes. When the ship reappeared, the crew was in absolute chaos. Some sailors were said to have been fused alive into the metal deck plating. Their bodies melted and merged with the steel in grotesque positions. Others reportedly suffered severe psychological trauma, going permanently insane and babbling about seeing other dimensions or being on fire while still standing on the deck. A handful of men were claimed to have teleported hundreds of miles away to the Norfolk Naval Shipyard in Virginia, only to reappear back on the Eldridge moments later, disoriented and vomiting. One sailor allegedly walked through a bulkhead and disappeared forever. They just refused to die. The story claims the Navy immediately classified the entire incident and swore the surviving crew to silence under threat of court-martial, which pretty common for things like this. Any classified experiment is not to be mentioned, obviously. The entire story first exploded into public view in the mid-1950s through a series of increasingly bizarre handwritten letters sent by a man named Carl M. Allen, who also used the alias Carlos Miguel Allende. And these handwritten letters were sent to a Morris K. Jessup. Allen claimed he had personally witnessed the experiment from aboard a nearby merchant ship, the SS Andrew Furuseth, and described the event in obsessive detail with annotations in the margins of Jessup's own book. The letters were so convincing that Jessup reportedly took them to the Office of Naval Research, which allegedly showed interest before the whole matter was shut down. Again, pretty common for classified experiment. The Navy has always issued flat denials that any such experiment ever took place. Which, when was the last time you heard about the experiments at Area 51? And official ship logs place the USS Eldridge in a completely different location during the alleged dates. Yet the story refuses to die because certain technical details line up eerily well with real degaussing technology the Navy was actively experimenting with at the time to protect ships from magnetic mines. Declassified documents from the 1990s even claim that the Eldridge was involved in classified radar invisibility tests. Though nothing approaching teleportation or invisibility to the human eye. However, this is the part that I just can't let go of. The Navy flat out denies that any of this took place, yet they were doing those same exact experiments on that exact ship. And how in the world would this guy have seen this or have known that any of this was going on? He wasn't military. Was this a genuine breakthrough in physics that went catastrophically wrong, or was this some type of reverse engineering of alien technology? Just a thought. I think right now that sounds ludicrous, but I think in give it a couple of decades and this type of discussion will be thrown around to answer a lot of the problems that we see, a lot of the experiments that we've seen over the years. But was it a genuine breakthrough in physics that went catastrophically wrong, leading to deaths and madness that the government buried for national security reasons? Was it an elaborate hoax born from one man's troubled imagination and possible mental illness? It's possible. It is. It just seems that the details align too perfectly for it to be a mental illness. Or was it something in between? A real but far less dramatic experiment that got wildly exaggerated over decades of retellings in books, documentaries, and Hollywood movies, like the 1984 film that covered this exact topic. Okay. Oh, another Klaus. Klaus, you're gonna have to wait this time. Even as recently as 2025, new Freedom of Information Act requests have turned up nothing conclusive, and the legend of the Philadelphia experiment continues to haunt naval history, fueling conspiracy forums, late night discussions about the military might still hiding, or about what the military might could still be hiding in the realm of advanced physics. What we do know is that we don't know anything that they're doing. There has been released documents showing alien-like craft that the government has created and flown. Lockheed, the president of Lockheed Martin even released a document. Oh shoot, that was close. Even released a document admitting that they created these ships, that they've flown these ships, and that just the government hasn't ordered any of them yet. It sounds so fanciful, but I'm telling you, this stuff is not as fancy as you think. We just want to live in our known surroundings, but I'm sorry, it doesn't really work that way. We're learning that more and more each day. This thing is on half. It's pretty cool. I've been using that though. It's like boxing somebody from southpaw and then being like, okay, I'm really right-handed, and then switching stances. What do we got? Man, I just bought that crap. I hate when I do that. Well, looks like my knife's getting it. I was looking at the season 4 stuff. We only get 2 weapons in the battle pass. I'm telling you guys, I may have to buy another game. I'm running out of things that I can do on stream. I really am. Remember, I didn't start the episodes to get to 200 until BO7. I did stream BO6 some, but it was like experiment. It was, just like experimental of getting my getting my feet wet. So BO7, and I didn't start the countdown till BO7, and so I mean 200, and plus I told you yesterday, this is really like the 225th episode, because I've done a lot of part 2s, based off of topics, and didn't count those as individual episodes. So I mean I've streamed very consistently for a long period of time here, and so I'm running out of things that I can stream. Plus, I stream a lot longer than most people, or than some people, I should say. Not most. I used to stream 12 to 14 hours a day, but then I haven't done it yet. I paid for an entire month of clipping ability, but I just don't like how the AI clips the videos into shorts. It takes so much editing on my part, and I'm not the greatest editor to begin with. Plus, I have a family. I like to spend time with my family, and it takes so much time to do it that I'm contemplating getting another month, but I don't know. I may not. It takes a lot of work. And it would almost eliminate all my free time. So it's like I need it to get a little bit better at auto clipping. I wouldn't mind going in and doing a couple adjustments, but I have to go in and do a lot. AI, I mean, it's a relative term. I'm not sure intelligence, it clearly does not grow in intelligence. That's what I'm trying to say. Wish it did, because it just keeps making the same stuff. Like even Grok, I'll go in and I'll ask certain questions, and I mean, it could clearly go through and read our previous chats to update itself, but it doesn't do that. So I wouldn't say it grows in intelligence. I'm not sure if it's true AI. We're not there yet, I don't think. So, as far as the Philadelphia experiment, there's something there. I just don't know if it's what this Carl M. Allen claimed to be taking place. Just about to 100K here. And get my PAP 4. Still got to get some salvage to get. There we go. I'm going to use this ammo first. I'm getting a lot of these. That's cool. Okay, that'll do it. I feel like the damage has gone up just from the tac stance as well. Well, at least the mobility, that's for sure, while I'm aiming. Wow, this is clearly, when you pull this gun out, it just melts when insta-kill's out. They all do, of course, but free ammo, so. I love the upgrades they made to this gun. Bravo, Treyarch. So, number 5. Who wrote the Devil's Bible? The Codex Gigas. So, in the early 1200s in the remote. Oh, yep. In the remote Benedictine monastery of. Is that right? Of Podlazice in what is now the Czech Republic, a single monk, possibly named, well, I say possibly, it's what we have, it's what we know. Herman the Recluse is said to have created the largest medieval manuscript the world has ever written. The Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible, weighs over 160 pounds. And you can see images of what this thing looks like next to a human. I mean, it's 3 feet tall. It stands nearly 3 feet tall when open and contains 310 parchment leaves. Made from the skins of approximately 160 donkeys. That's crazy. That's crazy. The book includes the entire Latin Vulgate Bible, plus works by Josephus, a medical encyclopedia, a history of Bohemia, and a collection of spells and exorcisms, all written in one continuous, flawless hand, with no variations in pressure, spacing, or ink flow across what estimate would have required 20 to 30 years of non-stop labor if done by a normal human being. This is absurd to think that somebody could write this with, like I said, one continuous flawless hand with no variations in pressure, spacing, or ink flow across 20 to 30 years. And that's if they never stop. Now, there is a legend about this book. Is it true? We don't know. Most likely, though, at least parts of it are true. That's how these things usually work. And it's in the actual monastery records. The monk, what was his name again? Herman the Recluse. Let's see, where are we at here? Had broken his monastic vows and was sentenced to be walled up alive as punishment. Wondering if I should use this. Probably not. Let's use this. Cheaper ammo. So, in a desperate bid for survival, he promised the abbot he could complete the impossible book in a single night. When he realized the task was beyond human, I mean, I don't know, when did he realize this? I mean, how did he not immediately know that he couldn't write something that would take 3 decades to complete? I mean, we're not talking about, writing your term paper at the last second. I mean, geez, like what did he think? I just don't get it. Anyway, unless he had other thoughts in mind before he did it. When he realized the task was beyond human capability, he was said to have sold his soul to the devil, who completed the work for him. As a final tribute and signature, the monk included a full... What the... Jeez, I hate that. They gotta fix that. And the stupid Casimir disappeared because of that delay. That makes me so mad. As a final tribute and signature, the monk included a full-page, terrifying, full-color illustration of Satan himself on page 577, a horned, clawed figure staring directly at the reader with an expression that still feels alive after 8 centuries. You can see it in the thumbnail, obviously. The handwriting experts who have studied the manuscript oh, I knew it. I had to make sure. I froze in mid-flight. Oh, that sucked. Better not be equipment kills or something after it screwed me over on my Casimir. Alright, I can do that. I gotta focus here for a second. This will be easy. I don't even have to jump off of the platform. Well, my stupid wisp is killing everything. Cool. So, the handwriting experts who have studied the manuscript in modern times confirmed it was absolutely the work of just one scribe, and carbon dating of the parchment and ink matches the early 13th century time frame perfectly. So it all aligns with the legend. Yet the sheer perfection, zero fatigue marks, consistent lettering, even on pages that would have taken weeks to complete, has led scholars to call it humanly impossible without some form of supernatural aid. The book also contains a mysterious gap of several pages that were deliberately removed in the 14th century, and the remaining text includes a curse warning that anyone who steals it will be struck by sudden death. After surviving, I'm going to go further into this though. After surviving fires, wars, and multiple relocations, the Codex Gigas now resides under heavy security in the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm, where it is rarely displayed and even more rarely opened. Modern scientific analysis using multispectral imaging in the 2000 revealed hidden underdrawings and corrections that show the scribe was working with incredible speed and precision, but no one has ever explained how one man could maintain that level of perfection for decades without a single slip. Divine inspiration, a demonic pact, as the legend claims, or simply the most dedicated and gifted monk in history pushing the limits of human endurance. The Devil's Bible still sits there today, daring anyone who opens it to question the very nature of genius and possibly evil. Now, it should be mentioned that the book includes the entire Latin Vulgate Bible, plus works by Josephus, and I said this before, but I want to go back over this, a medieval encyclopedia, a history of Bohemia, and a collection of spells and exorcisms. So it almost is a balance between good and evil. One second. So to dig a little deeper into this legend, according to one version, oh shoot, get out of my way, get out of my way, get out the way, get out the way. Already recorded in the Middle Ages, the scribe was a Christian monk who broke his monastic vows, sentenced to be walled up alive. I know I read a similar account, but I'm providing a second. To escape death, he promised to create one night a book to glorify the monastery forever, including all human knowledge. Near midnight, he became so desperate, he prayed to Lucifer to help him finish the book in exchange for his soul. The devil completed the manuscript, and the monk added the devil's picture as a tribute. It has been verified by extensive handwriting that it was written by one monk, but it is estimated to have been completed over the span, just based off of what it would realistically take. Now, let's remember that. That's where they're getting that from. It was all written in Latin. So between the Old Testament and the New Testament is a selection of other popular medieval reference works. Flavius Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews and the Jewish War, Isidore of Seville's Encyclopedia Etymologiae, the Chronicle of Cosmas of Prague, and medieval works, an early version of the Ars Medicinae, compilation of treatises, and 2 books by Constantine the African. Not really the information I was looking for, though, so hold on one second. So there are legends. I mentioned the curse that's written in the pages, and there are accounts of curses actually befalling individuals and also calamity. So over the centuries, the manuscript gained a reputation as a cursed object. Folklore claims that wherever the book was kept, misfortune and sometimes death would follow. So the scribe's fate. Some versions of the legend state that despite escaping being walled alive, the monk died tragically right as he was about to be freed from his unholy contract. The book was kept at the Sedlec Monastery in the Czech Republic shortly before the Black Death swept through the region in the 14th century. This led to a local association between the manuscript's presence and the catastrophic loss of life. Then in 1697, a massive fire broke out at the royal castle in Stockholm. To save the massive 165-pound book from the flames, a librarian famously threw it out of a window. According to an account written years later by Vicar Johan Erikssons, the book landed on a bystander and critically injured them. But there are no historical records indicating the injury was fatal. That would hurt. 65-pound book hitting you on the head. That would be unfortunate. Try catching a 165-pound person jumping out of a building. It's not going to end well for you. 1.5 Clausens. Oops, I need to switch that back. I will say this. When we left the movie last night, the back rooms, everyone loved it. I wouldn't put it on scale with Obsession when it comes to acting and plot, but as far as the fear factor of it and the enjoyment, well, although I thoroughly enjoyed Obsession, these are just two amazing movies is all I'm trying to say. I love both of them. I need to stop taking away my armor, you punks. Oh yeah, I can go upgrade this. That's cool. Chat right. I mean, you gotta give him credit for the self-talk. He's a confident guy, or whatever. Okay, let's get back on track here. So that was number 5. Let's go down the list again. We had Lake Rupkund, Skeleton Lake at number 10, the Cuban Underwater City at number 9, the Unexplained Phoenix Lights at number 8, the Death of Michelle Von Imster and the Cleveland Torso Murders, number 7. The Philadelphia Experiment, number 6. And Who Wrote the Devil's Bible, the Codex Gigas, at number 5. Number 4, and this is one you all have likely never heard of. It doesn't mean it's not truly terrifying. It is the SS Orang Medan ghost ship. So you look at most lists, you'll find the Mary Celeste. Well, this one is far more terrifying. In the summer of 1947, somewhere in the treacherous waters of the Strait of Malacca, between Indonesia and Malaysia, a Dutch freighter named the SS Orang Medan sent a frantic Morse code distress signal that was picked up by multiple nearby vessels, including the American ship, the Silver Star. The first message was already chilling. All officers dead, crew dead, I die. A second, weaker transmission followed moments later with only the words, I die, before the radio fell silent. When the Silver Star arrived on scene, the rescuers boarded the Orang Medan and found every single member of the crew dead on deck and below, bodies sprawled in the wheelhouse, engine room, and cabins, their faces frozen in expressions of absolute wide-eyed terror. However, The corpses were still warm to the touch, despite the tropical heat. With no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, and no blood anywhere. Even the ship's dog was found dead in the same horrified state. As the rescue team began towing the vessel back toward port for investigation, a sudden fire erupted deep in the cargo hold. Within minutes, the flames reached the fuel lines, triggering a catastrophic explosion that tore the ghost ship apart and sent it plunging to the bottom of the sea. Bye, I love you. Plunging to the bottom of the sea, taking any physical evidence with it. I mean, if you know anything about salvaging a ship, I mean, it's a lucrative business. And so, I mean, you know, they clearly didn't want that happening, especially since nobody was alive to claim it. They wanted this ship to get back to shore. And, you know, of course, the most terrifying thing that can happen to you while aboard a ship is a fire. Alright, this is not killing fast enough. No official maritime records have ever been found confirming the Orang Medan's even existence. And no Lloyd's of London listing, no Dutch shipping logs, nothing. Nothing. Yet, it did. What is... I finally, yeah. Every detail of the story changes slightly depending on which 1940s newspaper or sailor's account you read, which has led many researchers to call the entire incident an elaborate maritime hoax or sensationalized ghost story. Yet the theories keep multiplying because the few surviving secondhand accounts match too closely to be completely invented. Some point to a lethal toxic gas leak from illegal chemical cargo, perhaps experimental nerve agents or biological weapons left over from World War II. Others suggest carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty engine combined with the extreme heat. Still others lean into the paranormal. The crew encountered something otherworldly that literally scared them to death. As recently as 2025, maritime historians and wreck hunters have scanned the Strait of Malacca with side-scan sonar in hopes of locating the wreckage, but nothing matching the Orang Medan's description has ever turned up. And I mean, considering it exploded in such dramatic fashion, I'm not all that surprised that a fully intact ship has never been discovered. The SS Orang Medan remains one of the sea's most enduring and least verifiable ghost ship legends, a story that feels too perfectly terrifying to be entirely false, yet too undocumented to be entirely true. As far as unsolved mysteries go, I mean, this one is just ripe. I mean, what in the world is going on with this thing? Where did it come from? Where did it go? And what killed its crew? It's like I've been saying, that, you know, of course, they're really? You're still alive? Oh, it's another one. Hopefully that did him in for this round. So maybe that one was a little too fanciful for some. So maybe number 3 will strike your curiosity bone a little better, and that's the disappearance of flight MH370. So on March 8th, 2014, and I think at least for me, it's heights don't bother me as much as oh, by the way, The Fall Part 2 is coming out in a couple of months. Like I was saying when I went over, I believe I had it listed as the number 3 scariest movie of all time. It is what does scare me about it, and this one really did get me at several parts, and that's when people are at great heights and they do stupid stuff. That really bothers me. I just get my stomach drops. Like, what are you doing? And I couldn't come up with a better example than the movie Fall. So Fall Part 2, I'm really looking forward to, and it looks terrifying. So the disappearance of flight MH370 took off from Kuala Lumpur International Airport, bound for Beijing with 239 people on board. Let me get this guy out of here. What do I gotta do? Kill zombies while crouching? I think I can do that. Where are you at? Okay, cool. Oscar, stop. I mean, Oscar. Why do I keep saying Oscar? Klaus. Alright, I'm just gonna make this real easy. What is wrong with this game? So sick of my Casimirs and monkey bombs not working. Probably shouldn't have thrown that one. Just about at another 100K. First one of those I've used. Been trying not to, because I don't want to have to work so hard to get it built back up. I think it takes 10 more kills every time you use it. Oh, there it is. Still kicking. So 227 passengers and 12 crew members, and the flight simply vanished from the face of the earth in one of the most baffling aviation mysteries of the modern era. Military radar data shows the Boeing 777 made a deliberate and unexplained 180-degree turn off its planned route just after leaving Malaysian airspace, then flew on a western heading back over the Malay Peninsula before heading south into the remote southern Indian Ocean, which is terrifying. Truly terrifying. Inmarsat satellite pings later proved the plane continued flying on autopilot for at least 7 more hours until its fuel was completely exhausted, placing the crash site somewhere along a vast 1,200-mile arc of open ocean. Scattered debris, including a confirmed wing flaperon and other identifiable pieces, eventually did wash up on distant beaches in Reunion, Tanzania, and Madagascar years later, confirming the plane had indeed crashed in that vast, deep wilderness of water. So truly terrifying. And again, the height would be scary without a parachute, but also to crash, any type of plane crash is terrifying. Scattered debris, oh yeah, I read that. Yet despite more than $100 million spent on the most advanced underwater searches in aviation history, involving towed sonar arrays, autonomous underwater vehicles, and satellite imagery from multiple nations, the main wreckage and the 2 black boxes have never been located. Ocean Infinity's massive 2025-2026 campaign deployed a flight of high-tech drones that scanned thousands of square kilometers of seafloor with centimeter-level precision, only to conclude in January 2026 with 0 new discoveries and the search officially suspended. Theories have ranged from pilot suicide by Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah about to get 100K here, and I think it's time to upgrade this. There we go. Let's see how much you like it. Theories have ranged from pilot suicide, whose home flight simulator reportedly contains similar Southern Ocean ocean routes, and you can watch a lot more about this one on the Netflix documentary that goes into more detail than I am. And other theories were a hijacking that went catastrophically wrong, mechanical failure combined with a ghost flight on autopilot, deliberate sabotage by passengers or crew, or even wilder ideas involving remote hijacking technology or interference from another aircraft. The Malaysian government's handling of the investigation has been widely criticized for delays, withheld radar data, and lack of transparency, which has only deepened the pain for the families of the victims, who still hold annual vigils and demand answers more than 12 years later. Which is so crazy that we still don't know more about this after 12 years. Now, I know the ocean, and I think just how large it is. And then I think also another big problem here is that we are dealing with the Malaysian government, which I don't really know a whole lot about what their motives could be here. But a lot of these governments, they don't want to look bad, especially when it involves Western societies. I think they kind of view these things as they would prefer to keep them in-house. But when you have a commercial plane crash with a lot of foreign passengers, why would you want to keep this in-house? This is a commercial tragedy for that country. I would imagine that the trust in flying flights involved with the Malaysian government has got to be damaged after this. So you would think a lot of countries would want the truth to be brought out to keep their vacation, stuff going on where they're not going to lose income here. But clearly they have other motives. I don't know what's going on with this one. The black boxes remain stubbornly silent somewhere at the bottom of the sea, and as of June 2026, the official investigation remains open but inactive. Inactive? How is that? How is it inactive? That's... I don't get it. I really don't. I'm perplexed by this one. I think most people in the world are. Shocked that the government is not just... $100 million, but that was provided by other nations. Most of that. So it's not... I don't know. Actually brings jobs to the country. So you would think that they'd want to continue this. I don't know, man. I'm really struggling with this one. It screams something is not right to me. Flight MH370 is a stark reminder that even in our hyper-connected, satellite-tracked world, an entire airliner full of souls can disappear without a trace, and the ocean can keep its secrets forever. As we all know that we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the depths of our oceans. Oh, I guess I did knock him out of that suit. Didn't even realize. You punk. And you can definitely tell the damage scaling is at work here. Want him to die? Okay, number 2, the Lake Baikal swimmers. So when I think of things that do frighten me, they're locations that, like the tagline from Alien, where you can scream but nobody can hear you. nobody's gonna help. And this is one of those. So in the summer of 1982, a team of elite Soviet Navy divers were conducting routine high-altitude training exercises in the world's deepest and oldest freshwater lake. Now, a little more detail here. This lake has been completely, it's covered in ice. So they opened up an opening. They made an opening in the ice to dive down into this lake, right? And it's in southern Siberia, a body of water so vast and so deep that it contains more liquid fresh water than all of the Great Lakes combined. At a depth of approximately 50 meters, or around 160 feet, the divers suddenly found themselves surrounded by creatures that were 7 feet tall, humanoid, wearing tight-fitting silvery metallic suits that reflected the divers' lights like polished chrome. Anything you find down there is going to be terrifying, but this just takes that to the extreme. It really does. The creatures had no visible breathing apparatus, no air bubbles rising to the surface, and moved with effortless grace through the crushing, near-freezing water. Now, you bring something like this up, I don't know, 10 years ago, and people are like, dude, you're crazy. Okay, we have congressmen, congress ladies that state they've seen things that are supernatural in our oceans, that continue to be classified, that was only viewed in classified briefings. And it makes a lot of sense that if there are some type of otherworldly species, they would congregate in the ocean depths where we just are. It's essentially outer space to our bodies. So it's a location that we really can't investigate very well. Their heads were large and dome-shaped, black and featureless except for what appeared to be glowing eyes, and they had iridescent fin-like structures along their arms and legs that helped them propel themselves at speeds no human diver could match. According to declassified accounts that surfaced years later, the Soviet team radioed the surface in panic and attempted to capture one of the beings using a weighted net. So as I just read, I mean, this was not a joke. This was officially reported to the government, and the Soviet Union was not a government to play games with. So they attempted to capture one of the beings using a weighted net. One of the humanoids responded by pointing a cylindrical device at the divers that instantly generated a violent underwater whirlpool or pressure wave so powerful that 3 members of the team were slammed against rocks and suffered catastrophic decompression sickness. The bins, when they were rushed to the surface. Oh, and they suffered catastrophic decompression sickness when they were rushed to the surface. All 3 died shortly afterward from massive embolisms. The base commander, a high-ranking naval officer, later denied under oath that any such incident had ever occurred at Lake Baikal, claiming the entire story was fabricated Cold War propaganda. Yet the tale refuses to die. I mean, you know, I'm really struggling with trusting anyone when it comes to the government, because we know that these were declassified documents. We know that you just didn't play games with the Soviet government. And yet, we know that that governments, all the major governments around the world, have this desire for secrecy for everything. There is nothing they want anyone to know. It's all about intelligence and keeping every little piece of intelligence locked away as long as possible. Even things like the Le Mans race car tragedy. It's still classified, the investigation, until for another like 40 or 50 years. And that's just a crash at a sporting event. What is going on in the world? It makes no sense. You'd be shocked at the things that are still classified and cannot. You cannot get your hands on. But I'm not talking about the JFK assassination or the RFK or Martin Luther King or things like. I'm talking just stupid stuff. That why are you classifying that? Why? I mean, everybody's dead from this event and it's still classified. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, but yet that's what I'm trying to say is you almost put your belief into the intelligence and ignore opinions, because somebody is always changing their opinion years later, and it's always following a very strict narrative. So the tale refuses to die. Again, supported by multiple secondhand reports from former Soviet servicemen, including detailed descriptions of the creature's suits and the exact coordinates of the encounter. Modern attempts to verify the story have turned up nothing conclusive. No official Soviet Navy records, no survivor interviews on camera, and no physical evidence recovered from the lake. Look at this. Get in there. Some researchers suggest the diver simply encountered a previously unknown species of large freshwater seal. Okay. Oh, jeez. Is it frozen? What's going on? Oh, he was actually literally frozen is what it was. So yeah, I'm getting that Kagan skin unlocked today, by the way. It's happening. Just like I feared. And bet when that egg disappeared, like yesterday when I was doing Ashwood survival to round 50, there was like a 15 to 16 rounds where I would not get another Mr. Peaks, and exactly what happened here. I think there's something to the rounds that he pops up. Where did the big one go? I guess he's not a big one anymore. Yeah, without score streaks to buy, I mean, really the only thing to buy with your salvage are more Casimirs. Thinking of. So others lean into the extraterrestrial or cryptozoological explanations, pointing out that Lake Baikal has long been associated with strange lights in the sky and unexplained underwater sounds recorded by seismic monitors. As recently as 2025, independent diving expeditions and sonar surveys have explored the same depths without finding any trace of metallic suited humanoids. Yet local Baikal residents and former military personnel still whisper about the silver people who guard the lake's deepest secrets. What or who was really swimming in the black, crushing, oxygen-poor depths of Lake Baikal that day? The story remains one of the most persistent and unnerving underwater mysteries of the Soviet era, a reminder that even in the most remote and well-studied bodies of water on Earth, something truly aliens may still be lurking just out of reach. Number 2, that was the Lake Baikal swimmers. And I included it at number 2 because while I have started to see more reports on it lately, I still think that there is something strange about this story that, other than the obvious, that requires further study. And you know, it when I said others lean into the extraterrestrial, I think that is a very relevant question that needs to be asked. The deepest lake on Earth would be a perfect place for something to be hidden. And it doesn't really surprise me if that is what's down there, or what was down there. It doesn't surprise me one bit that they wouldn't want to be discovered again after the way they were treated. Doesn't surprise me one bit. But they're jumping down to go into the Casimir. That's hilarious. Oh, we're supposed to die on this part. I'll keep it there. And pretty soon we'll get into number 1, and you're not going to find number 1 on any of these lists. any of the lists that you happen to search for yourself. And it is the unsolved mystery of this planet. Man, I stayed up. It was too late last night. Staying up till midnight is just not my deal. So I'm an early riser. So I was up at 5 this morning. You have to, and you know, it's not like I'm dragging myself out of bed either. I usually wake up before my alarm goes off. Looking forward to when I can feel comfortable about getting ammo. You know, I may have to switch to Mr. Peaks, honestly. I think I'm going to. It is about to get expensive. $10,000 every time I want to get ammo. At least I don't have to get any for this thing. It's definitely the cheat code of if you're going to Pack-a-Punch 4, because that is the limiting factor, is essence. And to not have to buy ammo is just amazing. Of course, the Jotun Star would be the ultimate cheat code. I don't know why we're not able to use wonder weapons on the other maps. It would just add such a fun layer to the game. I get it, they want to keep each one unique, but in like survival, would having the glove, or, well, I guess the Jotun Star. Okay, you don't carry back the wonder weapons, but what about forward, like the glove from Ashes of the Dam? That would just be fun to use on other maps. But I guess maybe they're just keeping it that way so people want to play Ashes of the Damned. I don't know. And they are really trying to make you play Ashes of the Damned. I mean, almost all but one of the survival maps are on Ashes of the Dam. And I can't stand it that the next one we're getting is Paradox Junction. Ugh. The whole map, it's such a small map. Like, ugh. It's my least favorite map, for sure. I don't even want to go near it. I'm so sick of playing it, to be honest, because it's so tedious, so repetitive. There's no room to move. For such a small map, they should have at least given us a nice training area. Yeah, I know, you can create some okay training areas, circular motions around things, but really it's all about sprinting really fast to one side or the other. I don't know, whatever. I just don't like that map at all. I think it was very weak when we got that as our new zombie. That is not a new zombies map. How many times do we have to look at Nuketown? Alright, I'll leave it alone. I did not like that map. Some people may. That's you. You do you. I did not personally like that at all. Some parts of it I like. I mean, some, like, you know, like some of the Easter eggs, or the like side Easter eggs, like where you shooting the clock, getting the free crystals, things like that. But then they went and they nerfed the purple cyst. That was disappointing. You used to get a Pack-a-Punch 3 out of it, and now you don't get that. Oh well. At least we got Season 4 coming up soon, and then the new map looks good. I just, you know, it's that multiplayer map. It's rehashed, and they added a volcano in the background, but it's whatever. It's whatevs. Number 1 on our list, but before we get there, let's go back through the list. So number 10, we had the Lake Rupkund Skeleton Lake. Number 9, we had the Cuban Underwater City. Number 8, the Unexplained Phoenix Lights. Number 7, the death of Michelle von Emster and the Cleveland Torso murders. Number 6, the Philadelphia Experiment. Number 5, who wrote the Devil's Bible, the Codex Gigas. Number 4, the SS Orang Medan ghost ship. Number 3, the disappearance of flight MH370. Number 2, the Lake Baikal swimmers. And number 1 on the list of the most terrifying unsolved mysteries, we have what caused the Great Unconformity. You know, what? Well, this one, whether you've heard of it or not, is the most terrifying unsolved mystery in the entire history of our planet. So if you stand at the rim of the Grand Canyon, get this guy out of here if I can. No, I'm gonna start backing up. There we go. Now he's dead. If you stand at the rim of the Grand Canyon and you hike through the ancient Appalachians, or stare at exposed cliffs in Australia, Scotland, or even the deserts of Namibia, look closely at the rock layers, you will see something that should not be possible. We have 500 million year old Cambrian sedimentary rock sitting directly, almost mockingly, on top of 1.5 billion year old Precambrian crystalline basement rock. Between them lies an angular unconformity, a razor-sharp boundary where an entire 1 billion years of Earth's geological history has been completely erased from the record. Not just in one isolated spot, but on every single continent on the planet. An entire eon, the entire Neo-Proterozoic era is missing. No fossils. No fossils, no sedimentary layers, no evidence of the mountains, oceans, or life forms that should have existed during that billion-year stretch. You want to talk about supernatural? It is as if the planet itself hit a cosmic delete button and scrubbed its own memory clean. The phenomenon was first formally recognized and named the Great Unconformity by explorer John Wesley Powell during his 1869 expedition down the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. Since then, geologists have mapped it worldwide, from the American Southwest to the Canadian Shield, from the Russian platform to the African cratons. For more than 150 years, scientists have debated its cause with increasing urgency. The snowball Earth hypothesis proposed that during the cryogenian period, continent-sized glaciers acted like a global sandblaster, grinding away entire mountain ranges and depositing the debris in distant oceans. Another leading idea tied the erasure to the breakup of the supercontinent Rodinia around 750 million years ago, when massive tectonic forces uplifted and eroded vast swaths of crust before the continents drifted apart. The most recent research published in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in early 2026 analyzed thermochronologic data from multiple continents using advanced uranium-lead dating, and concluded that tectonic exhumation linked to early supercontinent formation was the dominant mechanism, not one single global glaciation event. Now remember, these are theories and hypotheses. Yet even this latest peer-reviewed study admits the same frustrating truth. No single theory and no combination of theories fully explains how an entire billion-year chapter of Earth's story was simply scrubbed away as if it had never existed. The gap is too uniform, too global, and too perfectly timed just before the sudden explosion of complex life in the Cambrian period. It is not merely a gap in the rocks. It is visible, tangible proof that something truly cataclysmic once erased vast stretches of time from the planet's own memory. And that is what makes this mystery the most terrifying of all. Because if something on Earth can quietly delete a billion years, entire ecosystems, entire evolutionary experiments, possibly even the rise and fall of unknown early civilizations or life forms we will never know existed, then what else has it erased that we will never even realize was missing? What if the history we cling to is only the edited version? And here in the final minutes of this countdown come the truly terrifying theories that keep geologists and conspiracy researchers awake at night. What if the great unconformity is not the result of slow natural erosion, but the scar left by a global cataclysm so violent it vaporized surface rock on a planetary scale? Perhaps a never-before-seen gamma-ray burst from a nearby supernova that scorched the crust and left no trace in the fossil record. Or worse, what if it marks the deliberate reset of the planet by an ancient advanced civilization that existed during that lost billion years? A civilization whose cities, technologies, and very existence were intentionally wiped out in a war or ecological collapse so complete that the Earth had to start over. Some even whisper of extraterrestrial intervention, similar to the current theory that Mars was wiped by some type of nuclear event from alien intelligence. So, and to finish that, some even whisper of extraterrestrial intervention, an alien intelligence that arrived, experimented with early life, and then sterilized the surface to prepare the world for a new biological project. And the most chilling idea of all, what if the unconformity is still happening in slow motion and we are living inside the next great erasure right now, with entire chapters of modern history quietly vanishing while we remain blind to it? And this is the one that should truly keep you awake at night, because if something on Earth can erase 1 billion years without a trace, what else has it erased that we will never even know was missing? What secrets are still being deleted beneath our feet? So, as always, please drop your final theories in the chat. The more terrifying, the better. And if you found this countdown entertaining, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell, because I will be coming out with more countdowns of the 10 most terrifying. Alright, let's get back to it. I don't hear the music. Did it stop? Yeah, it did. Huh. Well, let's go down further. Let's start there.
You are target number 1. I will ensure you do not live to see it. You must draw.
Uzi. I'd like to keep one armor plate in reserve, but they took that from me. At least one armor plate. Hey Lauren, could you make me some more coffee, please? She is off today, which is really cool. I'd love it if I could talk her into coming on the stream. I'll try, but she's not a live stream lover. So, I don't know. I don't know if she will. I'm sure everyone would appreciate not having to look at having a more beautiful face to look at for a little bit at least. Oh, I already did that. Did I get both of them? Yeah, that was cool. I think that just happened. Hey, maybe you could come on the stream later today?
Maybe. Maybe.
That would be cool.
Well, it depends on. No, I'm not saying I can't, but my dad might be coming over to help with dishwasher. We didn't say what time or anything,
Okay.
but I can't get you coffee.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, is the one? Are you talking about flights right now?
Yeah, MH370. I did. I mean, that was a while back, but yeah.
Like today?
Today, yeah, I just did. Yeah.
Okay. Because it's talk. You're still talking, so I'm like, is it that delayed?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe just not on live. Yeah, my wife and I, we both share our ultimate fear at least, of a plane crash. Not fun. Not fun to think about. So MH370, man. Bad enough. The thought of crashing into the ocean, I guess another of my most significant fears would be being devoured, and that is definitely what you're getting crashing into the ocean, because you will sink all the way to the bottom where everything down there devours, even the crabs, which would basically tear you up into tiny morsels for the rest of the things to consume. There are sharks down there that are 60 feet long, documented. I'll never forget that footage showing the shark that was 60 feet long swimming by the camera that they had in the submersible. It just seemed like it was never gonna stop. It just kept going and you're like, oh my gosh, what is, and it was a shark. And it's not a megalodon. Who cares? That is terrifying. Might buy a decoy for this part. Not might, I will. That's all I get. Come on, guys. Okay, didn't really utilize it like I was hoping, but that's okay. I'll get this. That's a weird one. Wait, did I look in there? Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, do I get like 2 every round now, it seems? Ah.
No extra charge.
Oh, I slid. Oh, that cost me. Huh, that was a late entry. This gun is just nasty. You know what menu music I miss is from Cold War Zombies. That was good, man. It was a little repetitious, but I mean, so is all of it. I liked it. I also liked shoot, I forget the name. The open world aspect of Cold War. I thought that was fun. Of course, I like the Modern Warfare 3 open world as well. I just think open world zombies is where it's at. You can make a lot of friends that way, and I enjoyed it. I really hope the next Sledgehammer game goes into that. And I can't wait till Sledgehammer gets their hands on a title all to themselves. They're my favorite company. I don't know about you guys. But my order would be Sledgehammer. After Modern Warfare 2, I can't put Infinity Ward. Then it would be Treyarch. Then Infinity Ward. Then, I'm sorry, but Raven Software. I love Warzone. But the continued issues that we're seeing in Warzone, combined with their total lack of... Oh, that's not good. That's why they're there. Their total lack of transparency. I am not happy with Raven Software right now. To think that they're responsible for the most profitable component related to Call of Duty just drives me insane. What is the deal here? Couldn't get out of that damage wall. Oh, great. Are we supposed to wear these weapon charms with pride or something? Because I will never put a weapon charm on a weapon. They're so annoying. I can't believe that is our reward for level 75. I mean, at least a calling card or something. Weapon charm? Maybe because they don't think that many people will get there, and so they don't want to make the prize too out of reach for you know, those that are unable. I don't know. All right, you need to shut up. I am getting tired of him talking. Let's throw one of these. Jeez. I feel like they're hitting harder this round. I don't know why. 54? I mean, that doesn't make much sense. But then again, we don't really know this isn't a standard, you know, or a cursed standard map. It's survival, and it does seem like things are a little different in this mode. Jeez, I'm out of ammo everywhere. Finally.
I have seen your future. Breathe and breathe. When I defeat you, I will dance upon your corpse. No extra charge.
Are there still two big ones?
Ensure you do not live to see another dawn.
Where's the little guy? Like no armor left for the longest time. Where'd he go? Did he blow up? Guess so. That was dramatic. I think we're at this point, yes. May as well grab another gobble gum. Where is the gobble gum machine? Is it over here? No, it's right. It's over here. Good one. Not gonna need it for a while, but I'm sure at some point I'll be desperate. Probably like 73. But what I figured out is that, or for myself, is that when you're jumping, you shoot a lot faster with this gun. Which also is visually satisfying, so I don't mind it at all. It off. And I think next time I do this boss fight, it'll be something I definitely utilize. Is there still close? I don't think so. Yeah, you see how slow it is when you're just shooting, but then shoot. Well, that wasn't a good one because there's gravity again, but so yeah, I think it's a part of the anti when the gravity is reduced. It's very helpful. There we go. Now it's back. I'm gonna start shooting 6 times instead of 5. Keep leaving one in the chamber. You know, there were other things I considered for the list, like the anti-cathera mechanism, which is truly astonishing. I mean, how that somebody basically created a computer, I mean, long before computers, that was a crazy visual right there. Long before computers were ever even imagined, yet they did it. Possibly, yeah, well, we don't know, just theories. And then there's this bronze disc that has an ancient writing on it that has never been deciphered. That was another one I considered. But these are two things that are constantly, I mean, they even made the most recent Indiana Jones movie centered around the anti-cathera mechanism. It's the talk of the world at the moment, just because we finally figured out what it does. And it, you know, what's crazy is that it just sat in a museum for so long, just on the shelf in a back room, because everyone just thought it was, you know, something that broke off of something else. They didn't really think it had much value beyond, you know, the antiquity of it, and that just blows my mind. You know, and then the other one is what happened to the Library of Alexandria, which is just a devastating tragedy that we lost. I mean, it was so in Alexandria. There was this library where when anybody who docked their boat on the shore of the Nile had to have all of the books on board. They had to submit them to the library, and which they would be copied and then returned. So this library was a collection of knowledge beyond compare. And it was all lost. I'm gonna have to unfriend this guy if he doesn't stop. He's been doing this for days. That's it. Go away. That is it. I'm sorry, but that's just not working for me. Oh, I played one game of Warzone with him, and he hounds me. I want to make friends on Warzone. Don't take it like I'm gonna act like that. But to just spam invites, it's just rude, man. Come on. I can't be doing all that. I can't be doing all that. Yeah, so there was a fire and it destroyed part of the library, but the information we have states that it was mostly saved. But then there was some war, and it's possible that the general or leader of this invading army commanded the library to be destroyed. We don't know, because it just doesn't make sense that we don't have written record of what actually happened to it. And we're talking a collection of knowledge that would be priceless today. Gone completely, just like the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Well, other than the Great Pyramid, I guess. And I think this statue at the that stood as you entered one of the cities. I believe they found components of it in the ocean, and they're trying to bring them. They brought some of the stones so at least we're getting a couple of the ancient wonders back. But man, the Library of Alexandria, you could just go on all day imagining the lost knowledge. So slow. But at least you don't have to worry too much about the super sprinters when you're using this thing. Use my score streak, my field upgrade, unless I absolutely have to. It's honestly not even worth it to use this weapon unless you're jumping, because it shoots so slow. I mean, and then gravity was restored. There we go. Now it's worth it. This thing shreds when you have insta-kill. That's like a misnomer. Duh. What doesn't? But I mean, it kills a lot of surrounding zombies as well. There we go. Oh yeah. Let's not get reckless here. I gotta get that shield down. Should use that thing. I wish there were like ultra weapons you could pull out of the box. I mean, I'm not gonna buy a weapon when I know it's gonna need massive upgrades, you know? So I think when you get all your weapons to ultra, it should work with you a little bit. And it doesn't have very good aim. I don't like how it chooses where to go. It should go where I shoot. Well, I say that, but no, actually, I can't imagine where it didn't. It didn't go to at least a target when you shoot it. Or standing still. So either jumping or standing still. No. Gravity was restored. I should have paid attention. Wow, no ammo? Not picked up anything? I'm gonna throw down a chasm here. To think I could have had that Kagan skin so long ago. If I had just clicked on my bounty. Just drives me crazy. Now so much pain. And I could have been working on the zombie one, the Dempsey one. What ifs of life. That's okay. But once again, I'm just providing you with the what not to do list. Kill fest hit task. What is that? And I got another one. Kill zombies? I mean, there is no time to be hitting a field upgrade between... I mean, I guess there was. Yeah, before I got there, I guess. Come on. I'm about to hit my... field upgrade. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought there was still one more. Oh well. Oh man, my hand. Oh, this stuff's just does a number. About time, man. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. I don't want to wait very long on this thing. I'm not going to be clicking on it while these guys are out. Okay, now let's start. Let me grab those. Get off. Oh yeah. That was a quick round. up?
I'm trying to motivate myself to get on there.
Okay. Yeah. You want to come on?
Give me like 20 minutes.
Okay. So she's going to come on the stream in about 20 minutes. Try to think about something we can't... Well, it doesn't matter. We'll just ad-lib it. She did at the last second want to go to back rooms, but it was too late. It had already sold out completely. I tried to get tickets for 7. It was sold out. Tried to get tickets for... And then I had to settle on tickets for at 9 p.m., which... Not ideal. Taking your kids to the theater the night before the last day of school. I mean, I guess it's not the worst, but I imagine they were tired this morning. I know I was. Of course, it probably didn't help that I had a tanker of beer. Don't worry, I didn't drive. My oldest son did. I guess in Europe they probably call it a pint, but I don't know. It might be more than a pint. The tanker like I bring the glass home with me. It's Marcus Theaters, so if you have one nearby, you know what I'm talking. You might know what I'm talking about, because this was actually something that the previous owners of the theater offered, and then I think Marcus just. They honored that deal, and they still do. Your eyes, kids. This is gonna be brutal. When I save and quit, I'm definitely going to turn it on where just falling from heights gives you explosions, because I'm just using this and jumping all over the place. It just makes too much sense. Yeah, I figured this one was going to take a while. 75. Honestly, I have not needed to use Mr. Peaks at all, so I'm going to switch it again. Let's go. Frost Blast. No, I'm going to go back to Ether Shroud. I think I'm going to switch my augments.
Looking forward to getting this one done. This is dragging on a bit. Looking forward to my wife coming on the stream because it'll help mix up the monotony taking place at this moment. To go. I'm wondering about Supergirl, how it's gonna turn out. If it's gonna be, I'm sure James Gunn. I mean, his stuff's usually pretty freaking good. So I doubt we'll be disappointed when we get Lobo finally. Oh, there we go. The bitter end is coming. Kick the same. And then it's gone. I imagine it took care of Mr. Mouth. Nope, didn't. Wow. Yeah. I'm also really looking forward to the Camp Crystal Lake series. I mean, I can't believe how long it's been since the Marcus Nispel Friday the 13th. Looking forward to that. Not scary at all, and it's a slasher, but it's one of those IPs that really had an impact on me as a child. I'm never really scared of it like I was like the initial preview for Nightmare on Elm Street? Yes, I'm old enough to remember the trailer for Nightmare on Elm Street because it terrified me as a kid. Yeah, that's what we'll talk about. We'll talk about things that terrified my wife as a kid. Probably not much because she lived such a sheltered life as a child. In which I totally admire. Wish that every child could live. That's not working anymore. That is just a trap right there.
I will fight to the bitter end.
Kind of crazy that his electricity lasts a good amount of time after he dies. Oh shoot. Oh, that was so close. Oh my gosh. What the heck? You punks. And I'm still always searching for that show I watched where there's two kids in a bedroom and they have their own beds and something comes in and just touches one of the kids and you see his body just deflate, and it just scared me so much as a child. I just don't know what it was. I thought it was V the miniseries, which I loved growing up, but it's not what it was. I've watched it lots of times. It's not in that. So yeah, I'm not sure what it is. Another good mystery that I nearly put on the stream was the great white shark that was tagged, and then as they were tracking it through the Pacific, or maybe it was the Southern Ocean, the shark traveled to a pretty far down, and all of a sudden it stopped tracking. Well, the tracker is, if it becomes dislodged or anything happens like that, it's made to resurface and then activate a beacon. So the research team were able to find out where it was in the ocean, and they went and picked it up. And that's when they realized that the reason they looked at the data, and when it became dislodged, there was a distinct temperature change, and which indicates that it got much warmer, which indicates that it was in the stomach of another species. And we don't know what it was that ate this huge, 15-foot great white shark. But just to imagine something that big doing that at that depth, it wasn't a killer whale. Just choosing parts to devour. It wasn't what it was. We know they love eating great white livers and such, but nope, that's not what it was. And to this day, there have been theories. One of the theories is that it was a giant, giant squid or a giant octopus. By the way, if you haven't heard me say this before, if for some reason we were to ever destroy our environment enough, or allow sharks to be overfished, and to the point of them dying out, it's squid that we would have to worry about. And it wouldn't just be a worry, there would be an apocalypse unlike anything that we've ever seen from sharks. And we would not be able to enter the water. Humans. Squid would destroy you if you were to enter the water. If we didn't have sharks to keep the squid populations in check. And that should be terrifying to pretty much everybody. I'm not talking about, you just happen to run into a shark type situation, like we have now, but like where the squid would rule the ocean with an iron fist, strong like Russian potato. No, I'm not even kidding. It would be truly terrifying, and you wouldn't be eaten by just one. It'd be a whole swarm of them coming to get you. As soon as you entered the water, just like the easily obviously expected the death of the deep in The Boys. That's exactly what it would be like, but with squid. You'd jump in and then you'd start seeing the water moving towards you. So there would be no more beach going, and that included water activities. Look it up. Read it for yourself. I'm not just coming up with this stuff and throwing theories out there. This is what would happen. So We got to take care of the ocean. We got to take care of sharks. I know they're terrifying though, but they're not. They're nowhere near as terrifying as what would come after. Shohei Ohtani the other day, 6 innings pitched, 0 hits, 7 strikeouts. Of course, you're not letting him go 9 innings, even if he has a no-hitter. No way. No. We didn't even have him, to pitch last year, and I mean it's a different team this year, and like our closer's hurt. We just can't let another injury hit our bullpen, or I'm sorry, our pitching rotation or bullpen. Anyway, on top of that, hit a leadoff home run, 0 runs, and they won 4-1. Shohei, I believe, is the first. It has the lowest ERA in 50 years at this point in the season. 40 or 50, I can't remember what I read on MLB.com. Yeah, it wasn't my research. Love baseball, but I didn't. I'm not the one pulling this information. I don't have that. I tried getting as much baseball data as I could. You can't keep up with the levels of statistics that are online for, like for football. I was the first when I was a sport. Wait, what is this? Score streaks, pollster. Oh, okay, easy enough. Easy peasy. Just gonna throw this thing down. Oh, you punk. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, I can't even buy another one. Yeah, I failed that. Gonna be a lot of zombies running around. Actually, they don't give you that many for the RCXD. RCXD. It doesn't matter, whatever. I'm sure there's some pronunciation. Yeah, of course you mispronounce pronunciation. Pronunciation scholars out there that are correcting me, but yeah, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, we don't know what ate this massive shark, and I think it was like 12 to 15 feet, which either way, not something you want to run across when you're in the ocean, yet something far bigger. They think it could have been another shark that cannibalized it. And that, I mean, what are we talking about here? A 25-foot shark? That's just one of the theories. We really don't know what it was. But we know we can eliminate certain species based off of the temperature found in the stomach. I think it eliminated the giant squid. But there are mentions even in the Bible of a Leviathan, multiple places mentioned. So there are big things down there. And we saw footage of I think it was a basking shark? Something that was 60 feet long. I mean, by far the largest shark on, in the
the living world right now. So if there's sharks that big and from that species, there are sharks from other species. It took us this long to find one. I mean, heck, we've got footage of extraterrestrial. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. UAPs. So if we have footage of UAPs, who knows what else we have in our oceans. The one that's going to be released for the Disclosure Day film, which looks so good, man. I cannot wait to see that. I think that's the next movie that comes out. I think it comes out like next week, doesn't it? Something like that. I don't know. I don't know the exact date. Something comes out like the 9th, I think. Really good. But anyway, Disclosure Day, the footage that they released, which has never been shown, is pretty insane of the crafts flying in formation. But not only that, they're flying like right on the surface of the ocean, and then they enter the ocean. They're like in a V shape, and then they come back out and flying at a tremendous speed. So, I mean, this looked like it was getting ready to enter battle or something. It's just crazy. So crazy. That's gonna be such a good movie. Pretty excited about seeing that. And then, like I mentioned, the fall too. I shouldn't mention that. Right after Disclosure Day, it's not really fair. Steven Spielberg, But anyway, the writers and directors and everybody, I'm pretty sure the directors are the same, but I know the writers are. So I'm pretty excited about that. I enjoyed that first movie. And I think one of the two girls, I don't think I know, one of the two girls that the movie's about is the younger sister of the girl who dies in the first one. But she's actually, in real life, it's the star of the tarot card movie. She's the blonde-haired girl. She's the star of Fall 2. But she's actually older than the girl from Fall 1, but she's supposed to be the younger sister. She looks young, though. Of course, we have Dune 3 coming out, and then next month, Evil Dead Burn, which I am really excited for. Sebastian Vanisek, guy who made Infestation, the spider movie, which was very creepy. And actually, if I told you guys if I thought of movies that I had left off the list, but not on purpose, just didn't think about them, that's one of them. I should have had that on my list. And I should have had Sinister higher. One. Actually, I did. I had it, I think I had it like number 12. And then for some reason, I had moved it from it was like 48th when I read it to you guys. But I don't think it's the scariest movie of all time. I don't really care what the heart rates are, because I think a lot of that was due to the little clips where the families are being killed, which is more about the gore type thing. But they really don't show that much gore. That's why I had it at number 12. But I would definitely have the Sebastian Vanishek movie at around, I don't know, 25, 30. It's pretty freaking terrifying. So, especially if you don't like spiders. My kids just do not like bugs. It cracks me up. Because I was like, I took I have my degree in biology, so entomology was one of the classes that I took, and I had to collect insects and create a pin board and talk about them, and it's just that's what we did in class, and it was like nothing, and to the point that people would bring me insects for the project. And one time somebody was looking through their water hose container, and there was a black widow in there. Of course, it's not an insect, it's an arachnid, but they brought it over. I didn't kill it. I actually kept it and fed it all the leftover insects that people would bring me. And I had it in this jar for a while, and it was pretty cool. But it was also clearly trying to get out. So it was in a jar, screw top jar, and I don't know what other jars there are. I mean, maybe. Anyway, and so what I would have to do is I have to turn the jar upside down and wait, because he would sit at the top, hidden underneath the lid, and you're like, well, there's a place for him to hide. No. He was smart, or she was smart, definitely she, because as soon as I turned the jar upside down, it would climb to the bottom and go up to the bottom, and thinking that I was going to unscrew the bottom of the jar. And then I would quickly turn it over, unscrew it, drop the food down. It couldn't get through all of its web that quickly. And so I would drop all the food down into it, and then all the live insects. And of course I wouldn't anesthetize the insects and then feed it to the spider. That would probably hurt, the chloroform from killing the insects would likely hurt the spider. So I didn't do that. And then as soon as it was warm outside, I took it out into the woods, opened the jar, and just threw the jar out into the woods with the top off of it, so it could still live there if it wanted to, but also go ahead and get out and go do the baby thing if that's what it wanted. No reason to. Spiders are pretty valuable to this world. You wouldn't want to handle black widow. Actually, there was a guy who proved that black widows are not interested in biting humans, and he just let it crawl around on his arms. As long as you're not hurting it, it won't mess with you. A lot of times when people get bit, they accidentally press on it or something. Shoot, it's stuck. That was dumb. So yeah, they're not looking to bite humans. They have no interest in that. It doesn't really help them in any way, unless you're hurting them, because it's their defense mechanism. It's their way to get away. They're definitely not trying to eat us. Yeah, my kids, they don't like any insects. My daughter is just terrified of insects. I just can't believe it. Just because, and then I grew up in Florida, right? And we had skinks and and fire ants and just stuff everywhere. It is infested with insects. I grew up in a different environment than my kids, so they just they get super scared of my oldest son doesn't get super scared, but my younger son, he doesn't want to be around them. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's a mosquito, and mosquitoes, those are the ones that that he doesn't like. Finally. Oh man. Five to go.
전술 장비 사용.
Honestly, I wonder how far I could get just throwing Casimirs. You ready to get on? No? Yeah? You look pretty. You look beautiful, as always. Not that you need some guy to tell you that you're beautiful. But I can get away with it. You what? Why?
Because I can't talk about what I want to talk about.
Yeah, I know. Just have a seat and put the camera on you, and I'll turn your camera on. Okay.
At the moment. Okay.
Okay. And then let's see. Microphone wise, I'll just back the microphone out to where it's like mostly towards you, but to where you can still hear me as well. So we can talk about. I was thinking we could talk about some childhood fears or things like that, since the topic is the 10 most terrifying unsolved mysteries, or it was. I was telling everybody how you grew up in a very sheltered home and probably didn't have a whole lot of fears. All right, hold on. Let's get you set up here.
And of course, you'll have to tell me if the camera needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Oh, my hand is sore.
around 70. It's taken. I've been playing this game for like 4 hours now. I know.
It's ridiculous.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
Okay. Let's get you added here. Yeah. Turn it. Do you want to turn it like a little bit up a little bit? Don't touch the front of it like you just did. It's okay.
Like that? Is that better?
I'll do it. Hold on.
I want to sit back a little
There we go.
bit. Do you think that's better?
Yeah, that's better.
And then, well, maybe I don't know about the.
Yeah, just speak up.
Okay.
Whoa!
What?
I don't know. It just kicked me out of my match.
Oh no. Like.
What was that?
Uh-oh.
Did I just exit?
What?
Oh no, it's saved. Okay. Phew.
So you can go back? How does
4
that
hours and 25 minutes. Yeah, I can go back.
work? Oh my gosh. I would feel terrible if I was part of that
No,
situation.
you're not responsible for that. That's just part of being a dope.
True.
Actually, it's not a bad time. I do need to use the restroom, so the camera's gonna be on you. No, I'm kidding. Let me make some augment changes real quick. Let's go with that. Let's switch PhD, gravity and MD. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the bottom of the list.
Childhood fears.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. So maybe you can talk about a childhood fear.
I don't really know what I have. I mean, childhood fears. I don't think I had a lot of fears. I mean, when we went to the beach, the ocean, I never was scared to get in. I was pretty carefree as a child. Not that I was doing anything insane, but my parents were good about not terrifying us about things, which I feel like now my husband and I do to our kids a little bit. We talk about the ocean a lot. We talk about getting on airplanes, which we have flown a few years ago, but it's just that fear of something terrible happening. But we can't live our lives like that, always fearful. But as a child, gosh, I don't really think. I'm sure there were some things that maybe just of being embarrassed, but that's like the normal kid stuff. Just being afraid of not being cool, maybe. Those were fears to me as a child. Not fitting in, not having friends. But I never really feared, like for my life, I never feared about getting hurt or in a fight or anything like that. It was more how I fit in.
So let me guess, it's about losing a family member?
Well, yeah, but I was saying as a child though, that really wasn't a fear.
Okay.
It was as I got older.
Yeah.
But that would be one. Losing a family member now, that's a fear, but not when I was younger.
Okay. So what was it then?
Honestly, sounds stupid, but it was more about fearing of not fitting in, not being cool.
Yeah.
To me.
So, but I know you had some more carnal, just terrifying something that kept you awake at night. Was it a scary movie? Was it a certain type of animal or bug or...
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
I really didn't have a lot of fears as a child that I can remember now. I really didn't. it's just as I got older, and I didn't really watch a lot of scary movies when I was younger. You know, I was sheltered, so
Yeah.
that wasn't until like high school, college that I watched some, but not very many. So yeah, I'm kind of boring. I didn't really have fears until I got older. Unless you can think of something that I haven't mentioned.
No. No.
Because I was saying when I went to the beach when I was younger, or flew in planes, I was not scared of anything bad happening.
Mhm. Yeah, you were oblivious to
I was oblivious.
sharks, to plane crashes.
I really was. It was blissful ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, what a good life though. It was good. But there are, there's healthy fears. I think it's okay to be fearful of some things. It's normal.
Mm-hmm.
But not to where it keeps you from living your life. And that's sometimes I have to work through that. Not being scared to step out a little bit.
Well, I had some very particular fears. The first of which was after watching The Exorcist.
Yes.
I wonder if I'm going to lose my... Oh, no, I got it still. The next one was probably after I watched Jaws. I was no longer too excited to go into the ocean. Another one was after I watched the trailer for Nightmare on Elm Street, and Freddy's walking down the hallway with his arms stretched out, using his claws to create that sound up against the wall. I didn't understand at the time that was all fake, and that scared me quite a bit. That was around the time you were born.
Exactly. That's why I never saw the movie.
Well, no, I wasn't allowed to watch that. I wasn't allowed to watch Exorcist. I watched it. My sister forced me to watch it when I went to stay with my family, or with my mom one summer.
Bad influence.
No, she wanted to see it really bad, but she was too afraid to watch it by herself. She could kick the crap out of me. She was 2 years older, so I didn't have a choice. It was do this now, or else. Yeah.
See, I didn't do that to my brother and sister. I never did that to them.
Well, I'd be more concerned they would do that to their big sister. Because you're not the kind you're the go with the flow one.
And I'm not aggressive. I don't push people into things.
Yeah.
I'm not an instigator.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, if I had seen those movies maybe when I was in high school, maybe I would have had some fears of the ocean and what you're just talking about. But I didn't
Yeah,
see
like
those
when I
films.
first started dating Lauren, she was no issues swimming in the ocean, no fears of flying. Not that I'm afraid to fly. We've flown a few times. I mean,
Right.
It's not something that keeps me from doing it. It's just I'm aware of what can happen.
Yeah.
And so that is something that's always in the back of my mind.
Right.
My kids aren't afraid of flying because of our fear, and she has a fear of it now. But yeah, they're not afraid of it. They fly and they do okay. It's just something that I like to be aware of.
Yeah. Kind of
And that I'm
mentally prepared.
Yeah, I'm on my toes in case I notice something that is something that should be noticed.
Right. Have you talked about the movie you saw last night?
Yeah, I did, and that you wanted to go at the last second, and it was
Last
sold
minute,
out.
I
That
changed
movie,
my mind. I started
know.
watching the trailer again, and I'm like, oh, this actually looks pretty
I
interesting.
mean, I never ask you to go see the crazy stuff, ever. The only things I ask you, like, did you enjoy Obsession?
Mm-hmm.
Then you should have trusted, like, I've asked her, like, her, but the thing is she's a difficult one sometimes, because she used to love the Resident Evil movies, but then now she's like, I didn't really like the last couple.
I like the earlier one.
Yeah, but it just kind of shifted. Like, she would get excited about Resident Evil movies, and then all of a sudden she was like, because it was too much of a cash grab.
So you agree with that?
Oh, 100. The last one was so bad. So bad. And I so enjoyed the first one.
Yeah.
Even though
I
it
was
didn't
stoked
get
on that.
though it didn't get great reviews. But there is another one coming out this year, but it's going to be made by the writer-director of Weapons and then Barbarian. So it's like a movie that's based in reality where zombies aren't real, but where zombies are real. You know what I mean? So it's more grounded, and he's not committing himself to reenacting what we see in the game or in the games. He's got characters from it, but he's not going crazy on trying to retell narratives that have already been told, in the game or in the previous series. He's telling a story that he wants to tell, and that right there is, I can confidently say you're going to enjoy this one, because and I've seen
I'll watch it.
there's a short teaser trailer of it, so you can watch that. It's
Yeah.
good. Looks good. Looks really good, actually.
Did you talk about Mandalorian and...
I did. Just that I do agree with the reviewers that it's not the best Star Wars that has been out, but I don't think it was really meant for the age groups of the reviewers. And then I think that them completely trashing it to the point where a lot of families are probably like, they missed on this one, let's pass. And that's just a shame, because this is a good movie to take your kids to see.
What do you mean the age group?
I think a lot of reviewers, they just have this idea in mind of what a good movie should be, and they, you're not going to judge Toy Story on the same scale that you judge, say, Backrooms. You know what I mean? It's a different type of approach, and I feel like looking through the reviews that I read, because it only got like a 60%, which is like one of the lowest reviewed Star Wars ever, which kills me. Yesterday I was looking at recent reviews, and there are people that are giving the original Star Wars a negative review. It's down to like 93%. What is wrong with these people? You just want to trash a worldwide, classic, but it's a treasure, and you want to trash the Rotten Tomatoes score just so you leave your imprint on it. You should be stripped of your review privileges. You really should. When
did you notice that it was dropping?
Yesterday, I was looking through upcoming movies and things, but the one movie you did go see with me was Obsession. So what did you think about that? I mean, you don't have to go crazy on it if you don't want to. You can just tell us anything you thought about that one. So to give it to qualify the difference, Obsession has a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes, whereas Backrooms
is sitting at 88%, I think, and I would agree with that. And that's what I was saying, is that Obsession's just, the acting is so spot on. But it's story-wise, I think they're comparable.
Do you think?
To an extent, I
Male
think the
actor?
plot was better. Yeah, he was more like whiny and stuff, and
Kind of like Fellini. Remember we kind of talked about that.
yeah, he wasn't my favorite. But there was the supporting actor that plays his best friend. I thought
Yeah,
he
he
was
did a good job.
outstanding.
I really liked him.
And then Indy Navarrete, I'm saying early Oscar favorite right now. I'm not gonna watch all the foreign language dramas. I'll never watch them. There are Oscar winners that I've never seen from recent years. I just can't watch certain. I'm not that. I can't get into that kind of movie. But not good drama. If it tells a good story, I'll like it. But a lot of these are. It's like they're made just for reviewers to fall in love with. You know what I mean? And they're just trying to win an Oscar, which makes sense. But it doesn't mean I'm gonna want to watch it.
Like, can you think of an example of?
Yeah, there's that one movie that came out where the girl is she's like a bum, I think. I don't know. I didn't watch it, so I can't tell you anything about it.
Yeah.
But it looks bad. Like, I would fall asleep if I tried to watch that thing so quickly. I couldn't do it.
No, I don't know what to say about Obsession. I mean, it was definitely entertaining and freaky if you start thinking about, in a split second, your life changes based on a wish that you make. And isn't that,
Or like making the wrong wish.
yeah, you think it's an innocent,
I mean, he thought, oh, this is so clever. I'm going to get everything I want if this comes true. But the wording, we find out in all of these Genie in a Bottle movies and shows, the wording is very important. Never forget that. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know, unless you can help me figure out. I'm just walking my mind through the movie right now.
So how do you think the protagonist, the star, what wish should he have made?
I mean, if he wanted her to fall in love, it would be.
And let's not don't give any spoilers. You gotta be careful with that. But at the same time, we can talk about what's in the synopsis, which does say that he wishes that she loved him.
I mean,
Or
would
she
it be something
wishes
as simple,
that she loved him more than anyone in the world.
which it doesn't sound like that's a crazy wish, but I wonder if you even just throw in, this sounds lame, but a healthy relationship, or how would you just, you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
Like a
no, I
healthy,
get it.
normal relationship.
Or I wish such and such would be my girlfriend.
Okay.
No promises on the result.
Okay.
Just that she said yes to being my girlfriend.
Yes.
You know? I think when he included love into it, that's where we get the obsession.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like how specific it needs to be.
I don't think bringing emotions into the equation is the smart thing. Because are you sure those are the emotions you want? Without giving away results. I don't want to do that, but
Yeah, just a girlfriend. I think that makes sense. Just
Yeah.
simple. Like
Right.
you said, it doesn't mean that she ends up loving him or marrying him or anything.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Crap. Not good. Not good. Keep going. That is a dangerous one to be doing late in the game.
I mean, I liked it because, yeah, some of it was pretty gross and bloody, but not much of the movie, and I kind of liked that.
Yeah. Other than there's just one part and that's it.
Just to put yourself in his shoes of what we saw him through.
So true.
Wild.
So true. And she is so captivating as that. I mean, it is nightmarish what she does. She's, I mean, how tall? 5'3", and literally terrifying. I don't know. I never looked up her actual height, but I'm telling you, she is a little thing, a little spitfire.
Yeah.
That you would never guess was a spitfire because in the beginning she's so sweet.
Yep.
She's more like a tomboy,
This is exciting.
like a best friend kind of thing.
Man.
Prepare yourself.
I think, yeah, when she starts acting out like at that party, and then at the restaurant when she starts
Yeah, well,
yelling.
Yeah, hey, let's be careful.
Don't give it away.
No, because this is a big time movie right now.
Oh, I'm gonna switch to a different movie.
Okay.
Which I still don't know much about it, but I think Disclosure Day.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that one too.
When does it come out?
Pretty soon. Pretty soon. I think it might come out the 9th. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can you look that up?
Yeah. I really do think it might be.
I think it might be the 9th, but maybe it is the 15th. I was wondering about that earlier. Look at this. These guys are all over me.
And of course with Emily Blunt.
She's such a good actress. From the preview, it looks like she's crying the whole movie. Because she's got tears on her face for so much of the movie. So, need some time to go all in here.
Okay, I'm seeing June 11th,
Okay.
Thursday.
Okay. Next week. Looking forward to that big time. And not just for entertainment, for it is a disclosure day because there's actual UAP footage that we're getting. And that, unreleased, that his source is providing, and you can watch the footage, a little clip of the footage, and it's pretty crazy. That is not, there's no mistaking that. There's not a flock of seagulls. And it seems so benign when you're watching the trailer, the first one, but then this new one that I just saw last night, so much more frantic, and it's gonna hit, that's for sure. It's gonna hit you where you're uncomfortable.
It says if you found out you weren't alone, if someone showed you, proved it to you, would it frighten you?
Yeah.
This summer, the truth belongs to 7 million people. We're coming close to Disclosure Day.
But they're saying that this goes beyond film material, that it's actual it's supposed to that it possibly could be something he's making to indicate that the government is going to make an announcement following the film of an actual disclosure. But of course we'll have to wait for that. And that's what I mean. You think, oh, this is going to be a good film. This is, I can't wait to see it. But it's going to go over some pretty traumatizing stuff, or it's going to be about some pretty traumatizing stuff if it does end with our government coming out with information that there are extraterrestrials, or that there have always been another intelligent species on our planet.
Remember the friend that I met the other day? The second time I met her. So I don't know much about her. But she is convinced that, and I told you this, that there were dragons living on Earth. And then another acquaintance said, I think they're in the ocean now.
Yeah.
Like just huge, crazy creatures that we aren't. And which we talked about that before. It's lurking in the ocean. We may not.
Oh yeah.
know.
Well, like the old saying that we know more about what the surface of Mars. Mars, and about the surface of the moon than we know about the bottom of the ocean. So terrifying stuff. And I was also telling the story about the 15-foot great white shark that had a tracker and that swam to a very tremendous depth, and then it disappeared, and come to find out it's because something ate it. And they ruled out a giant squid because it had the wrong stomach temperature.
Really?
Yeah. And so, they think it could possibly be another shark, but eating a 15-foot great white, that thing would need to be massive. And it wasn't a killer whale. Another species ruled out, which loved to eat sharks. So there are big things. It was years ago. It's been a good 5 years.
Okay.
Definitely. Alright, let's get this. We're fine.
Yeah, I actually think you probably have some good conversations with that acquaintance of mine. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just think you always have.
Well, and she's very open-minded to living in a simulation, which, I don't think it's necessary to actually believe that we do, but being open-minded to it is important. I do think. I don't like it.
Right.
It's like I don't want to get in a plane crash, but I need to be open-minded to the fact that it could happen if I'm flying in a plane. You know what I mean? We live in existence, so you should be open-minded to it could be a simulation, unfortunately.
Yeah, my mind. It's true. I just don't want to think about it.
Well, that's like one of those Today Show girls when when the government released the footage of the UAPs. She goes, I really liked living in the other world where I just think none of that stuff's real.
I know. It's like, I wonder why do we do that? We're afraid. There we go. The fear. The fear.
Fear. It's terrifying. You don't want anything to take you out of your comfortable zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when those things do, it's hard to adjust.
Really.
Especially since a lot of adults, their main fear is something happening to their children, and
Right.
don't want to hear that there could be species out there that may have intentions that you don't understand, you know, and it just really brings a lot of those people that talked about being abducted to the forefront of your mind, thinking maybe they're telling the truth, maybe those anal probe stories were true, and there's some terrifying creatures out there doing terrifying experiments on people. I mean, you know, you think about it, there's 250,000 people that go missing every year. Most are found, but a lot of them are never seen again. A lot of them are murdered, you know, so they could do these things, and we would never expect that it was something alien that abducted or kidnapped or whatever, and then or killed. We would think, oh, there's some serial killer got a hold of them, you know, and it's terrifying. It's all terrifying. And what they're saying, there was a Congress lady who recently said that she saw the footage they released is the most unremarkable footage that she's seen. The footage that she saw that blew her mind, and she said, I have seen paranormal occurrences with my own eyes in classified video disclosures. Yeah, with her own eyes. That will be released at some point. That's what they're trying. Oh yeah, that they're trying to get released right now. That's no bueno. I don't like that.
Smack your bones like twigs.
I got that cheese. Get out of your armor.
You cannot hide from the gods.
There we go. Oh yeah.
Silver toy.
Mm-hmm.
I sold it today on Marketplace.
Oh jeez. She is all about getting rid of everything our children own.
I know. I'm so bad about that.
That's a topic for another day. Is that not it? Okay.
Getting rid of decluttering. Yes, I know. Boring stuff. Boring stuff.
Boring. I mean,
That's just my life.
yeah. It's my life, you know.
I have seen your future. It is free.
Oh, goodness.
I don't think I need that task. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say no.
Wow, which one's more exciting?
No, you're fine. You're breaking up the monotony of it all. I'm finally on the last round that I have to get to, and the worst part is the reward is a weapon charm that I will never use. Literally, ever. They bug me when I have them on my guns, so I don't even consider them.
It's just part of it. You gotta do it.
Part of the dance. Don't have to do it, but it provides something that I can do, just something new, you know, and I'll do it. Where is my Casimir? Just like disappear. Oh, there it is. I see it. It's a grenade. It's a fictional grenade that opens up a little black hole and pulls all the zombies in. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
I know the only content that I could provide would be about exercising,
Yeah.
about
Or nutrition.
being a
I mean,
vegetarian. That's
so,
my
so
exciting
why don't
life.
you talk about what your current diet is?
I know, since everybody needs to know that.
No, seriously,
just
go
think-
ahead.
I guess, yeah, it's just a little more unique because I became a vegetarian after watching those
You don't have to tell
documentaries.
us that. Just, yeah, you became a vegetarian and
And I don't eat seafood.
eggs, just
I'll
eggs.
eat eggs. I
Isn't that like an
some dairy.
ovotarian or something?
Maybe. Maybe you think I would know that.
And cheese, you'll eat cheese.
Uh,
Ovo-lactotarian.
just cottage cheese.
Still, that's,
Yeah.
it qualifies.
So yeah, but I'm not the type of vegetarian that's just gonna sit and eat chips and junk food.
Yeah.
Cereal, like I don't.
Of course
do that. I don't do that.
Of course not. No junk food. I mean, you look great. So, I mean, it definitely works. And, you know, I've got some work to do. But I did talk to Caden. He's gonna, since, you know, like I was saying, his workout partner's not gonna be as available this summer, so that is my plan, to do some working out. We'll see how much. Huh? Yeah, I probably didn't tell you on purpose. Then you start like forcing me to be accountable.
Yes, my friend. I just kept her accountable. I said,
I
"Have
don't
you
want
worked out
that.
this week?"
That's why I didn't tell you.
But yes, since we're talking about health and wellness, all the things, no, but that is important to me. Exercising, eating healthy, vitamins, minerals, all those. Just trying my best to fight the aging. And I don't want to have dementia. Yay. That terrifies me. That is one of my fears. Is having
Is having what dementia?
dementia. I'm terrified of that. And, but yeah, so,
And there's a lot of that is related to aphasia, of hearing loss.
yeah. Yes.
Alzheimer's as well has a direct correlation with losing your hearing, which is really sad because of the Bruce Willis situation, where when he was making Die Hard 2, he wanted to use he wanted the bullets to sound a certain way, so he crafted them himself, but then they caused him to eventually lose his hearing. Blew one of his eardrums at the time, and then eventually lost his hearing, almost dissipated, and it caused him to aphasia eventually set in, and they say that is the big one. When you lose your you can't hear yourself talking. And so, yeah, and you know, I don't know the science behind it.
Right. I
It's
haven't
scary
looked into that,
stuff.
but I have heard that hearing loss definitely contributes to dementia and Alzheimer's and
Yeah,
all
it's
those.
scary.
But why would no one else have that issue if he would?
Because he was the one holding the gun.
Okay.
And I guess he wasn't wearing, you know, appropriate hearing protection while this was going on. So, oof, it was so bad for him. He was such a good actor.
I know.
You know, not an Oscar-winning actor, but you always got 100% Bruce Willis when he made something. You know, he's the Lifetime Achievement Award type actor. with like Tom Cruise, and that a lot of people would love to have that level of acting, you know. Which Tom Cruise has been. I think he's been Oscar nominated before, maybe not, but he's made some good stuff that I enjoyed, you know. And that's another guy you're always gonna get 100% from. Not my favorite actor, but I do enjoy some, you know, most of his movies.
Yeah, I like some of them. I just
Yeah,
kind of got tired of
the action stuff.
the
But it reminds me a lot of the Resident Evil franchise, but at the same time,
and you know what? Fast and the Furious reminds me.
yeah,
of that. Like,
I
just so
can't
many.
do that.
No.
I'm sure there are a lot of people that like the Fast and Furious series, but just not my thing.
Yeah.
I like the first one. The first one was okay. But yeah, just fast cars, it just doesn't do it for me. It's cool, but it's not
Fast cars and women.
it's not fascinating. I didn't say women. Fast cars is cool, but you know, dangerous, you know. I am just about to do this.
Yeah, I just can't. Like you said, I like the first one or two, but after that,
Yeah, like the story's been told, and actually, you know, I liked Tokyo Drift
really.
more than the rest of the sequels when they added Dwayne Johnson. You know, and a lot of people would say, "Oh, well, that's the best one," or whatever. But see, I just like having a new set of actors telling a different story, even though it's not that great of a movie. Should be it. I don't know. It hasn't popped yet. I do not want to. Okay, there we go.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I do not want to play another round. I just want to get out of here.
So that was what, $5?
Yeah. For nothing. Where? Oh, here it is.
That's okay, we got off the subject a little bit, but because we were talking about hearing loss.
Yeah.
Um,
Because, yeah, dementia and
just health and fears, yeah. Let's see what else. But yeah, exercising is important to me. About 5 days a week. No, I'm not a crazy. I don't spend hours at the gym.
per se.
I don't spend hours working out.
No, I know. You're pretty good. You about an hour total prep time, and then getting into it. Yeah, she runs on the Peloton, and
You mean cycles?
yeah, sorry, spins.
Yes. And then some weightlifting, and yeah, so that's very important to me. I love being outside. I love being outside. Makes me so happy. Every day, I need to be outside for a little bit. I thrive off of that. Mental health.
Make sure you speak up a little bit. Remember.
Okay. Mental health is so important.
Yeah, no, I get it. Getting outside, you're a big proponent.
I try to get him to go outside every day. Doesn't
well,
work.
But hey, that's. I went outside yesterday.
To go to the movie? You count that? No. That is not the same thing.
It's called Touch Some Grass.
They do say that.
That is,
Put
I
your
have a
feet-
calling card in game. Touch
Put
some
your
grass.
feet in the grass for, I think they say 15 minutes a day. Sun and feet on the grass.
Right.
Right.
But instead of criticizing me, let's jump into a topic that people would like to hear.
Oh, people love when people are criticized.
I know they do, and they love it when people have like mental breakdowns on live on air. So I try to hold back and not let the people have what they want in that regard. Because my audience is so vast. The endless just expanse of my followers now. Or my viewers, I should say. But,
Gotta start somewhere.
yeah, no, and you gotta persevere through the early struggles, and it's part of all careers. Just like when I was a sports writer,
Right.
and you're just trying to get people to trust your advice, and
Yes.
and then also people like a familiar face. They like to just like probably the most important thing about being a streamer is about being consistent. And if I am anything, it is a consistent individual.
Yes,
So
you are.
I am
I
a
can-
creature of habit.
Yes, you are. I
So,
can definitely say you are. For
In,
sure.
in that regard, I give the people what they want.
Yeah, yes.
One of the things I was talking about earlier that I'm excited about is the Camp Crystal Lake series that's going to be coming out on
Yeah, that's
Peacock.
I think I remember you talking about that.
And it'll be the
But what-
first time we're getting anything Friday the 13th or Jason related in 20 years.
It's been that long.
It's been that long. Longer than our kids have been alive. And longer than we've been married. We're getting close to that, but a long time. A long time. And so, yeah, Camp Crystal Lake, I'm really looking forward. That's definitely one we're watching. And it's going to be a grounded series, though, where it tells the story from the mother's perspective.
Okay.
At least this, the first season. I don't know what the other seasons will be like, but I think it's gonna walk us through what she experienced when she loses Jason
Okay.
when he's a child, and she's working at the camp Crystal Lake, which becomes Camp Blood. That's what they call it later on, and then it's sold and bought by other owners, from the other movies that they mentioned. But yeah, really excited about it.
I forgot about that series. When, speaking of TV shows, when does Game of Thrones?
Oh, that comes out in that's like the
What's it called,
19th.
though? What are they?
House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon.
That's like the 19th.
It better be good. I am excited about that. That's probably the one show I'm looking forward
You're
to
dead,
for
bro.
sure.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Well, we got HBO just for that. We had let that membership run because we both ran out of things to watch. We love the HBO shows like True Detective and of course Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon and the new one, Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Oh yeah,
That was really good.
I liked that.
Yeah, they're making a season 2. I didn't know if they were going to do that, but yeah,
Okay.
they are.
Okay. Have you talked about Deadlock yet?
Deadlock? No, that's another show that yeah, I have a couple
Okay.
times actually.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, I better hurry.
Yeah.
I need to switch.
That female.
That's better.
What's her name?
Oh shit! I need to get in there. Get
Eddie.
inside. Get inside.
She is.
Yeah, she is crazy.
Whew. She is intense. Like
She-
complete opposite of me.
She definitely is just a
Spitfire. Talk about Spitfire.
yeah.
Whoa. Dominant. Aggressive.
Oh, I'm gonna
Tell it
die.
like it is. Wow.
I'm doing this game where it's called Prop Hunt, and right now I'm a computer chair,
Okay.
and I try not to let people kill me. When people are running around with guns and they shoot me, I'm dead. But it's a team game, so you just try not to let them kill all of your team. It's the weirdest places where you can survive the whole time, too.
Have you done this before?
I'm dead.
Oh,
Oh, I have. I've survived the whole time. Twice.
okay.
Almost a third time. Almost.
Have you talked about other video games coming out?
Yeah, the Modern Warfare 4 is the obvious one that, you know, I've already pre-ordered. But yeah, Grand Theft Auto, it's on all my profiles that Grand Theft Auto is probably going to become my new number one when it comes out. But I'll still play Modern Warfare 4. Obviously, there's a month plus where we'll be able to play Modern Warfare 4 before Grand Theft Auto comes out. But and then when the God of War Greek Trilogy remake comes out, that'll be another one. But honestly, so season 4 of Black Ops 7 comes out in 3 days,
Okay.
and it better be extensive because I'm running out of things to do. That's why I'm doing this crazy stuff for the
Okay.
little golden spork weapon charm, which will sit where it is right now and never be moved.
Yeah. Okay.
But
what are some of the games that Slade's really liked? What was the one they just got recently?
well, he played the Invincible
Yeah.
game. That's like it's a rehash of Mortal Kombat. It's cool. It's got all the characters and everything. But then he's kind of gotten off of that. He played NBA 2K, and he played that for a little bit. He even streamed it a few times, but then he's gotten away from that. But most recently, he's been playing the new Batman Lego.
Yes.
He really likes
I
that.
actually really like those games.
Yeah.
I can totally get it.
When our oldest son, when Caden was little, he would always ask me to help him. So I played a lot of Batman Lego back in the day. I got my fix.
I know. It's definitely more like my speed for sure.
Yeah, it was when I was working at PFF, and he would pull me away from work and be like, oh my gosh, okay. And I was working 80 to 100 hours a week, at the time, and it was a lot of work. A lot of
I wish we
work.
could have those days back.
Yeah, I wish I could have
Redirect.
that time back.
You live and you learn.
Yeah, it's okay. Honestly, I wouldn't change much. I mean, it was a good experience. Anyway, let's move on to really close. Something's right here. I need to figure out what it is. Need to get these kills. I'm listening. I've got to get kills, man. It's the only reason I'm in here.
No, you're okay. I just was thinking of how cold I am right now. I might get a jacket. Or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Right back.
Hey, I got somebody. That is big for me. Oops, I'm not supposed to be down here.
Just a few props left. Keep it up.
I don't know why somebody wouldn't go out in the water. I don't really see anybody. That would have been a good place. This is the only one of these that I'll do. Just trying to get that last mission done, getting the kills. Not the end of the world if I don't. Ooh. Right above. Okay, not there. No. Nope. Yeah, we're not gonna win this. I got one kill. I can't remember how many more I need. It's not very many. You okay?
No, I'm not actually. Oh, God, that hurts so bad. Oh, goodness.
I've seen somebody get 7 kills in one round before. Just ridiculous. Like, how did they pull that?
What's the most you've gotten?
2?
Really?
Yeah.
Hunters inbound and they happen to be hunting
7.
Hide
7.
cheating?
No, not this.
Okay.
Not this one. That actually wouldn't be a bad place to put myself.
Are there any other video games coming out this year?
You know, the Resident Evil one was
Yeah.
one that I considered.
Okay.
Ooh, I know where I can go. Just gotta find the right. This
When
one.
was the last one of those made? You know?
Let's see. Hold on. Oh, yes.
hunters. They're here. Contact is here.
This is where I survived the whole time as this bench one time. What did you ask?
When was the last Resident Evil?
Oh, I don't know.
game?
There's been a bunch.
Okay.
There's been a bunch that I'm aware of. I know there was a new Silent Hill, I think, that came out recently, but I've only ever got into one of those.
Okay.
But yeah, that's one that I'm definitely considering is the Resident Evil game. But yeah, nothing that I've taken beyond the consideration stage.
Okay.
Oh, he got me. I wasn't even looking. But yeah, didn't do well on this board. 2 deaths, 1 kill. Should, as long, no. If we survive, we'll get another go. So, I don't know if we'll survive though. We have, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 guys that are still alive. And they have 1 minute. Make that 3. One of them is my teammate. And it whistles every 30. You whistle every 30 seconds, so it's kind of like Marco Polo.
What?
Oh, one of them's being chased. And you can flash them to give yourself an escape, and then you can create a decoy of your. Oh, my teammate. Oh, he got killed. We have 1 guy left, and there's a guy like right next to him.
And I think he just got killed. Oh no, we got one more. It's the last one, and nobody's even close. They won't find him. He's got the perfect spot.
What about you?
Oh, I died.
Oh, okay.
Even in my good spot, we got down to the last guy. That's crazy. I don't have that skin.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm getting carpal tunnel or something.
Probably. Probably.
Or it could be just where I lean because I'm showing my the green screen cam.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't really matter in this mode, but when I play the next mode, the Warzone blackout mode, and some people send me messages saying, I hope you get banned, insinuating that I'm cheating and things like that.
So
I killed you, like, I'm not cheating.
So what do you mean your green screen?
Right here. Right below you, there's a little screen
Okay.
that shows my controller.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It
Okay.
just shows that I'm not using like macros on a computer or anything.
No, I remember you talking about that.
Where I'm actually entering commands on my controller. I can't believe how long that match took. Whew. Took forever. Oh my gosh, look at this guy.
Hunting season.
Sitting for that long.
There's one. There's two. I killed the guy that killed me too. Sometimes the places you can hide just really suck too.
True. I believe that.
I'll take that. I won't. Right here. Ooh, got another one. That's 3. That's the most I've ever killed in a round.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
So your dad's gonna come over and finally fix our dishwasher. Long time coming. I'm sure you're as happy about that as
I
like
am.
Christmas.
I am. That's what I look forward to, is when things are working in the house.
And he's a mechanical engineer. When he comes over to fix something, stuff gets done.
Yes.
Oh, I see ya. Got another one.
Computer
4.
engineer. Yeah, he can do anything. But he's had to learn along the way. It's not like,
Yeah.
I mean, he just self-taught a lot of it.
Well, and then he's accumulated a lot of, we lost. Who
The right
cares?
tools.
A lot of tools over his lifetime, yeah. I got 5 kills total.
That was good.
Yeah.
Not that round, but in total
Okay.
for that round.
Took that one, but we'll get
So
it.
that's good.
So that
That's
should
great.
get me a good amount towards getting that thing done. I think I only like a couple left. It's for another mission. It's for something that I'll never use.
Same old story.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. How many do I have left? 2 more. But yeah, no more of that. Well, let's play some real Warzone. Let's use... Should I be Arnold Schwarzenegger or one of the Predators?
Predator.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's be the Jungle Hunter. Well, I could have been the Terminator, which, you know, the robot. And that was Arnold.
Okay. Either one though.
Yeah. Or I could be Chucky, or I could be
No.
Jason Voorhees, or I could be Seth Rogen.
The one that you chose.
Okay. Or I could be one of the characters from Squid Game.
Really?
Mhm.
Still never finished that show.
Oh, that's criminal. It's such a good
Is
show.
it completely done? Like no more seasons?
Yeah, like the main story is over,
Okay.
where it takes place in South Korea, but there's a spin-off, and I can't remember if it's in Mexico
Okay.
or if it's in somewhere here in the United States. But
Did you watch any of it?
what? Did I watch any of it? I've seen every episode.
No, of the spinoff.
No, it hasn't started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll have to get Netflix again,
Gotcha.
which that's a streaming service that we rarely keep for very long. So expensive. It's like
What is it, like
$25 a month. We're paying like $12 for HBO.
Especially if there's not much that we want to see on
Yeah, I
there.
mean they don't renew their shows. It's not like, oh, new year, new season. It's not really like that. There are a few like Black Mirror, and I know there's a new season coming at some point. But
Really? Okay.
yeah, and then Unsolved Mysteries.
Okay.
But they don't. It's like I said. It's just because there's a new year doesn't mean you're getting a new season.
Yeah.
And then like with the movies that they come out with that I want to see, I just kind of let those build up over time to where we watch them all over
That makes sense.
a couple
Yeah.
of months rather than, you know, keeping it permanently.
Right.
Of course, Avabelle's our daughter's the one who wants it so bad because it's got her little kid shows, but we have so many other streaming channels that she can get
I
her
know.
fix from that.
I know. There's no reason.
Yeah.
She'll be fine.
She'll survive. So, what time did you say your dad's supposed to be here?
I don't know. And I need to get Caden up too.
Oh, he's still here?
Rock up.
Well, go ahead and you can do that.
Okay.
We can conclude your appearance. maybe sometime next week we
I wish
can.
I was more exciting.
No, you are. Like I said, you were great.
Yes, I will. I'll do a hot ones. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Hot ones show.
I've
No.
done 2 of the
I
Hot
would
Ones
only be able to.
challenges.
I could probably last through 2 of the sauces. That's probably it. And then I'd be crying.
Yeah, the first time I did it, I took Tums and I put like Orajel on my lips
Yes.
just so it didn't
Just so smart to do that.
destroy my mouth. But then the second time I forgot both. and I was freaking miserable, man. Oh, my stomach hurt so bad. So that is no joke. Those especially the bomb. It's everything. I did it during a live stream twice. The first time I was fine. You know, I had the Tums in my stomach, but man, the second time.
Did you drink milk too?
And I drank oat milk.
Yeah.
Which is a Natalie Portman thing that she did it. She did it and didn't even break a sweat. Didn't even miss a beat. Normally, after they eat the bomb, people just have a hard time even answering questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
She had none of that.
Yeah, she was amazing.
The first person I saw ever do that.
She was amazing. Did you say Emily Blunt was on one?
Yeah, she did that recently.
I would like to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome. I like her a lot. But yeah, you did suffer that second time.
I did. It was awful. I would not wish that on my worst enemy.
You forgot your...
I forgot about that stuff, yeah. And it was such a dumb thing that I did. I had the formula, and then I just got so complacent because the first time wasn't that bad.
Right.
That I just disregarded it entirely like an idiot, and I paid the price, man. I paid that price. It was a significant price to pay too. It hurt.
Yeah, I just don't
Circle is closing in.
literal guts to do that. Like, and really no desire, but who does really desire to torture yourself like that? But it's part of the game.
It is part of the dance.
Yes. So I will not be doing the hot ones. We'll come up with something else.
Yeah, we will.
To be continued. But yes, I'm glad I got to hang out with you.
Yeah,
All of
absolutely.
you. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah, I will. So, yeah, the bounty's up. Alright, let's do it. I'm feeling so confident right now about getting this done.
Enemy
And
squads are hunting you. Expect contact.
somebody... Oh, yep. Yep, he had armor, I didn't. Well, good for him. I'm glad he'll be able to maybe get his done. I'm just not going to contribute to his success any further. But yeah, I'm feeling really good about this. About getting this done now that I know what I've been doing wrong. A bounty down there. Yeah, let's just drop. It doesn't really show you on the map until you're already on the ground, which sucks. Where were you at 5 minutes ago, armor? Or 2 minutes ago? those cold stretches where you just can't find anything. There we go.
Incoming cradle bomb.
Right past it.
Nearby contact fire.
Jaeger. Cracks me up.
Oh. Detonation of cradle bombs in the AO.
Yeah, guess I should get this. Go ahead and turn this off. Where you can at least hear me. Ooh, I want that.
Circle is closing in. Relocating safe zone.
I'm not gonna let you drive over me, at least not gonna try. Yeah, I should have known. That's such an exploit, man. I would never do that to somebody. Ever. You'll never see me do that. Phase shifting out of vehicles, it's behind the helicopter, and again, this is another exploit that Raven Software knows all about. Do you notice? That's his strategy. Phase shifting out of the vehicle. There's no indication whatsoever that the person is getting out of their vehicle. It's such an exploit. So sick of it. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick of it. It's been going on so long. And they're the most annoying players in all of Warzone. The helicopter, just the vehicle, the people in vehicles that use vehicles as weapons and exploits. It's just the most annoying thing. Right behind cheaters, you know. But anyway, I'll move on. It's just what you gotta deal with. You give people just a slight hint that there's an exploit, and that becomes their game. I'm so sick of it. Such scrubs. I shouldn't take it that far. Hold on one second.
Okay.
And let's not talk about it on the air. Just the medications that I take for my, I don't know what the deal is. It's another long COVID thing, is I have slightly elevated blood pressure now. And it's after. So I used to weigh 315 pounds. This is when I was an NFL scout. I put on an insane amount of weight. But over the last year or so, I've lost all of that back down to what I was when I was in college. But my blood pressure spiked a little bit, and sometimes a lot of bit. So gotta take blood pressure medication now. So yeah, but we don't need to go into the specifics.
Check your nearest weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Yeah, that's such a pathetic thing people do. When I'm playing on Verdansk, I'm a lot more aware of my surroundings about that. Oh, nice shot. Don't know how to pronounce her name, but yep, that was a nice shot. Definitely had a better gun. Mine was LMG. It wasn't a better gun. I just had that slow aim down. So the TTK is so fast. So yeah, I'm still working on. I worked on my Patreon yesterday after the stream. I'll do it again today. Making some good progress. I will have to go back and do some work on the Warzone stats again. You know, gotta constantly. And then Season 4 comes out. If they do some weapon balancing, which I'm sure they will, I'll have to do that. Plus, I'll have to collect some data on the new weapons. But I may not be the best player in the world, that's for sure. But I will be able to provide you with stat analysis, which used to be, that's what I did, data science, and I'll be able to provide you with data that you won't be able to get anywhere else. And then I'll also do some private streams on my Patreon that will include, you know, stuff other than just gameplay. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the angle I'll take for that, but yeah, I mean, I'll provide exclusive gameplay as well. But maybe some, I don't know. I have to give some thought to it all. I'm just kind of taking it a step at a time with the stat collection. But yeah, you'll definitely want to get a piece of that because, like I said, you won't be able to find the data analysis anywhere else. I think there's a guy in the building. Let me see. Oh. Okay, he's over there. Where'd he go? I think he quit. Oh, the MK35. Yuck.
The circle is collapsing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there.
There we go. There's my gun. Let's see if I can get this. See if I can get this. At least the bounty collected. What is Mantis? Now that's something I haven't done. I've not collected anything on blackout guns, which is ridiculous because it's like the only thing I'm playing lately. Like, how am I not doing that? But hey, it's not all about me, right? My back. Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and do this. If it's over here, of course. Yes. Please don't be the helicopter guy.
Use a nearby terminal to identify and hunt down threats.
Whoa.
Terminal scan complete.
I think it
HVC
is.
located nearby.
If it moves. Why is he so far away? That's really the closest person? Control stock, ELO, accuracy, extended mag, mid-range. Okay, it's not that bad. The mid-range barrel is probably the oh, jeez.
Tracked threat has been eliminated, but not by your team. You'll be first next time.
Shut up. How am I supposed to get there that fast? Give me a target that's somewhat close, maybe. Oh, come on. There we go.
Terminal scan complete. Top priority threat has been identified. Kill surveillance drone detected in the area. Take it down. A cradle bomb is being deployed to the war zone. Eyes up, soldier. Detonated cradle bombs in the AO. Watch for chemical contamination.
Where is this guy?
Circle is moving. Cradle bomb is clear. We received intel there's valuable supplies in the blast zone.
Come on.
Enemy threat eliminated. Mission accomplished.
There we go. What I've been missing right there. Oh, and I need his gun. Shoot. Okay, that works. Not complete loss. He's just, he was already ADSing. Well, that is what I got to do, what I haven't been doing. So at least that's progress, and I'm satisfied with that at this point. After recent struggles, there should be another machine right here.
Unless it's not there. No, it is there. Cool.
Terminal located. Use it to hunt down and eliminate threats.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Oh, great.
You've been targeted by a nearby enemy squad. Stay sharp.
Better gear up, man. There we go.
Terminal scan complete. HVT located nearby.
Nice.
Circle is moving in. New safe zone located.
Definitely got outplayed there. Jeez. It's just aggression really pays off in Blackout because again the TTK, it just you get that first bullet. Well, most of the time. Yeah, I'm switching my operator. Let's go with dude. You get those first bullets and you're almost guaranteed. Almost. Some of these guns, the MK35 is it's sketchy. There's something broken. Something not broken. Something not functioning properly with the damage. And I'm talking, I was getting first, second, third bullets on some guys and wasn't getting the kill. And I'm at 120, so it's not that I'm at 60 hertz. So it's not that. There was a stretch there where I couldn't get my stupid PlayStation into 120, and then I finally found the setting. But yeah, I mean, I'm satisfied. It takes me a little bit to get warmed up, I feel like, so we'll get it.
All stations green light. We're deploying to the war zone.
I would have already had it 3 times over if I knew about activating it on the dead bounty. Otherwise, I'd already have this skin. But I finally found a video where it actually showed you that. Like the videos I had watched prior of other people doing it, they didn't show that detail. So, yeah, I mean, that's some useful information. And it's just something so foreign, like I mentioned earlier, it's so foreign to playing Warzone, going over and clicking on a person you kill. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do another 75, round 75 one. That was just brutally long. 50 is going to be where I cut it off from now on. Plus, I don't really want to do the Ashes of the Dam maps at 50. Ugh. That sounds terrible.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Targets are up. Go take them down.
Ooh, nice. If I can find a gun. Oh my gosh. Big F, huh? Jeez. There we go. Not my first choice, but I'll take it. Let's get this one up here first. And where was the other one? There it is.
Got a collapse inbound. Safe zone relocated.
rapid fire.